ladies and gentlemen. I know the coffee is great here at G&D, but let's start to continue with our Open Door event. It is a great pleasure to welcome you all here in Munich at the G&D premises, Giesecke & Devrient, and I can say you are exactly at the right place, because creating confidence and trust is in DNA of Giesecke & Devrient. And here also a warm thank you to Mr. Ralf Gintergast, the CEO of Giesecke & Devrient, and for the pleasure to have you here, that we are here. Thank you. Before we coming also the other parts, I would like to have some special guests named, and first of all, thank you very much, Judith Gerlach, the State Minister of Digitalization here. She will say us a welcome here. And I think cybersecurity and Munich and Bavaria, they fit together. They just go good together. And of course, Dr. Kaiser, Vice President of the LSI here, Dr. Norbert Heider here from the State Ministry of Economics, and so on. So the list is long, and I would spare the time to welcome separately and would like just to welcome you all here in Munich and Bavaria. And as opening, I would like to give you some review. We are here at the CONCORDIA Open Door, the EU project CONCORDIA, and as you see, the leaders of boosting cybersecurity in Europe are coming together here. And maybe if I get the next slide, then I can also give you a little bit of feedback where we can. A moment, I just take this one. So, as you see, we started the project 2019, and it was the kick-off here in Munich. And then the next part, we had a great General Assembly in Vienna, also in 2019. The next part was also, we were in Brussels, in the Bavarian representative there, and you see how many we were there. So there were a lot of people. And nevertheless, we had a great first review meeting in Brussels. You see all the smiling faces here, because we got an excellent for the evaluation. So everybody was happy. And what came then, it was the pandemic. So everything stopped actually, and we had to move to virtual discussions and parts. And if I give you the idea of how big we are, it's difficult not to have present meetings, not to have direct interactions. We started with 42 partners. And we had 16 million funding from the European Commission. And as you see, if we grow, we have now currently 56 partners. So we got additional 7 million euros, additional funding from industry and also from other institutions. And we are currently among 30 universities and research institutions and about 26 industry and 2 public bodies. So we are quite big. Managing such a big consortium, really providing inputs, is certainly not easy if everything has to move from direct contacts then to the virtual world. But we mastered this. And just give me some highlights of the CONCORDIA project. One certainly is the service board we created. The service board in terms of how different stakeholders can work together, from industry, research, public bodies, and so on. How to bring together, how to build an ecosystem of different multi-stakeholders working together. And this stakeholder or the service board is actually a blueprint for the national cybersecurity centers that are now established around the member states. And it's important not to do only research. It's important to do also industry application, to make transformative research. It's necessary to explain to the society, why security, how to behave in these times. It's necessary to talk, make interviews, all stakeholders, from policy decision makers until the society. And what's very important is, of course, women in cyber. We need to attract this. And so it's a rare pleasure that tomorrow we will have awards for the best women, for entrepreneurships, for research, and so to supporting and to making really a kickoff of this. And of course, assisting in terms of case different discussions that we have crisis a lot, and it's necessary that the research will bring people together to find the right way forward. And some highlights, of course, here, of course, we are researchers, 30 universities around Europe and beyond, also from Israel. We have over 300 plus research papers, but this is just one part. We are really proud also of the second part, and these are the pilots. So building threat intelligence for Europe, making DDoS protection for Europe, having 5 different pilots in terms not only cyber threat intelligence, sharing cybersecurity information across telcos, then also the finance sector, but also have drones for UAVs security, security of e-charging infrastructure and vehicles, and of course of protection of e-health. So we see that we bring actually both communities together, the researchers and the industry community, to work together and to make really prototypes and solutions. And DDoS Clearinghouse nominated for the EC Innovation Radar Prize, some highlights, also framework for risk analysis, critical steps we need to manage crisis. Actually 2-3 years ago or before it was not so important, but currently it's much important to manage crisis, to see what are the right steps, what are the smart steps, and minimizing also the risks. We established the Concordia roadmap for cybersecurity to say what are the research parts or the research directions we need to go in front for the next investment, the Digital Euro program, for example. What are the topics that are important? We built an ecosystem of startups, over 30 plus exploitable results. So a lot of what we invent, what we develop is seeded in terms of startup creation. Support of stakeholders, and of course a lot of dissemination in terms of also providing society with blogs, with social media information, why it's important, security, and what are do's and don'ts. And of course, we built an educational ecosystem. So you see here around several institutions providing courses, capture the flag events, range support, in terms to build a Concordia certified security framework. And of course, we use this for teach the teachers. So in not only ground schools, middle schools, so because they need to teach informatics. This is absolutely as important as mathematics from my perspective. So we need high-skilled people. We don't have it enough. So we need to train them. And a very good importance here are cyber ranges. We have here 5 cyber ranges building an ecosystem where we also can export, for example, scenarios from one cyber range to the other, and also data sharing. So that, for example, our cyber range can provide for the RISE cyber range, maybe for the 5G flat landscape, can exchange scenarios. Yes, and of course, Women for Cyber manifesto here, led by Barbara, University of Insubria, NEC. We just need to move forward. So, why is Concordia, when we say what is the impact? Now, 3 years. We see that everything what we did in these 3 years, like cyber threat intelligence, like ranges, like educational, are parts in building a resilient Europe. So Concordia is really supporting in terms of how to build a resilient Europe. And it is much more than this, what I have said here. There are also nice exhibition parts here. Take your time, go around, where you can also see the demos and the outputs. And visit us at the Concordia h2020.eu, and then you can see all the data and all the information we have provided there. So, yesterday, the Mr. President of Bavaria, Markus Söder, said there is a Bavarian life, type of life. I can just recommend this. So we will have our social event at the Hardener Augustiner with very good Augustiner beer. And yes, we meet there at 7. And you have also the details, how to get there. You know, cybersecurity is a challenging topic. And so we suggested, let's do it in times of Bauma, where is a fair trade, where is a lot of challenges to come there, but the event will be great. You will see. So, and this is also the information to get there. Okay, and this was a short intro to give you the opening of today's event. Looking forward to have you here. And now I'm very grateful that the State Minister of Digitalization, Ms. Judith Gerlach, will give us a welcome speech here in Bavaria, because cybersecurity belongs to Bavaria. So, Judith, please. Oh, okay, sorry. A small change, we have a video before. So, first the video, and then Ms. Gerlach.
We are connected. We are shaping the future of mobility. We are building networks. We are local. We are global. We use online government services. We are working on the future of tomorrow and learn digitally.
We believe that people should really be the focus of digital transformation. We are creating the digital modern state.
We help conserve nature. We act more sustainably. We have an app for everything. We can detect disease at an early stage. We are here for each other. We are Champions League. We are innovative. We are a land of ideas. We are laptop and lederhosen. Dirndl and digital. We break down barriers. We create the best conditions for all generations. We promote smart digital talent. We embrace the future. We go our own way. We connect worlds. And who is putting us human beings in the center of digital transformation?
Dear Gabi Dreo-Rodosek, dear Ralf Wintergerst, dear cybersecurity community. Try to imagine this. You're sitting in your office, a couple of guys show up with security in big letters on their backs. They are in the CTO's office next door. And you ask what they are doing there, and they tell you, oh, just a quick security check on her desktop. They walk away with a hard drive, and no one asks for their ID. Fortunately, in this true story, the guys worked for a cybersecurity firm. They were hired not to check on desktops, but on how easy it is to fool people if you just display enough self-confidence. The company launched another cybersecurity training right after that. Does that story sound a little bit familiar? Maybe it reminds you of passwords stuck under the keyboard. Passwords that start with 123 and end with 456, which, by the way, makes 123456 the most popular password in the world. That's why I'm so very happy to be here today and to discuss this most critical issue of cybersecurity with you, the insiders, the experts, the researchers, and the hackers for good, the partners who have helped make this event possible. Thank you, and thanks to Concordia for the opportunity to share my thoughts with you. Because really, a hacked password or a stolen hard drive is probably precisely where cybersecurity starts, with each and every one of us. With our attentiveness, with our ability to observe our surroundings with open eyes, with the awareness of possible way to attack. Don't get me wrong, I'm totally excited about what we can already do today and what we will be able to do tomorrow. You all just saw the video about our vision for Bavaria. But all of us here in this room today also know which incredible damage can be done. Sometimes just because people still stick their passwords onto their computer screens, but also because many people still believe that it is not important to include cybersecurity into basic product design. This is true for consumer goods, just as it is, unfortunately, for critical infrastructure. Think tanks estimate that cybercrime will cost the global economy some $10.5 trillion a year by 2025. And this makes it more profitable than all major illegal drug deals combined. Germany's digital association Bitkom says malware and ransomware, DOS attacks, phishing and spoofing are costing companies here in Germany more than 220 billion euros per year. Last month, a ransomware attack hit Caritas, an aid organization in Germany. Baby food producer HIP got hit. The German Chamber of Industry and Commerce, hospitals, energy providers, and even golf clubs. It is an endless list, and every day something is added. Just take the recent attacks on Germany's train system. 2 cut cables put trains in half the country out of order for half a day. The required information about the position of the cables probably came from the web. You, the security community, has coined a fitting term for the combination of several forms of attack. They are called hybrid, an effective mix between hands-on and cybercrime. And while it is often next to impossible to find out who exactly was involved or why, we know one thing for sure: this is becoming even more popular. Unfortunately, it's playing an ever more important role in geopolitics, in the balance of power that we grew up with, and in the ability of people with bad intentions to do harm, with relatively few people from just about anywhere, with the ability to cause maximum damage. Damage, for example, to critical infrastructure that can cripple a region, a country or a continent, and cause chaos on a global scale. As we all know, the war in Ukraine has given this development a boost. Russia has increased the use of cyber forces. And of course, Russian hackers are also targeting Europe and especially Germany. This is a stark reminder that we need to work on European digital independence so that we can protect ourselves. We need to regain control over over data and communication systems, manage our own inventions, and use our own digital tools for the welfare and safety of our citizens. But what does it all mean? You are the experts here. Your business is to think about this all day long, but I have the feeling you are too few. Not only today, you are in general too few. When you all raise your red flags of warning, too few people listen. And that's my most important call to action today. We need more of you. People who love tech, people who embrace technology, who thrive on complexity. And we need to start in kindergarten and in school. We need our teachers to talk about tech with shining eyes and inspire their students to learn about computers, to code, and yes, maybe even to hack. Because our country needs experts like you to be fit for the future. We cannot afford to be a society of technophobes and nay or yes but sayers. Saying yes instead of yes but means making a commitment and taking a risk. And Europe is very good in identifying problems. Now we need to make a commitment towards risking solutions. So let's be courageous, quickly. And most of all, we need networks and cooperation throughout Europe. Just one small example here in Bavaria is a joint platform where all offices that have to deal with cybersecurity can coordinate. On a European level, one example is the European Center to Combat Hybrid Threats together with NATO, which is based in Helsinki. But this can only be the beginning, so let's get back to where I started, where cybersecurity starts, to each and every one of us. It's on people like you and me to make sure our data is safe, our infrastructure protected, and our inventions and our communication channels secure. So let's make sure we understand how and why attacks happen. Let's observe our surroundings with open eyes, identify danger, network on a European level, and make sure our passwords are inside a password manager and not under a keyboard. Now I'm looking forward to sharing our thoughts and 2 inspiring days about an issue that is and will be a decisive factor for our peace, for our security, our privacy, and of course of our democracy. Thank you.
Yes, we have something. Just it's Bavaria and Concordia goes together, yeah. And it's always good to have a beer krug with Concordia, so you can always remember Concordia.
Perfect.
And
never seen.
It's a great pleasure. And maybe we should have a picture. Maybe before you go, let's have a picture together before.
Before I speak.
Yeah,
okay.
before you speak. So.
Where do you want?
Here in front of the.
Yes, in Concordia.
Who takes the picture?
Yes, who takes the picture? So. I think there are some of them. Thank you once again. Okay, Ralph, please.
Yeah, good morning. When I look into the room here, I first have to welcome also our colleagues in the live stream. So welcome. But I have to use my authority as a host now to ask you all to come a little bit more forward. You're a little bit too distant away. Well, actually, that means you have to move. There's also that 2 tables. How many invitations do you need? Yeah. Because later, when we have a panel discussion, it looks a little bit awkward when we speak to the back of the room and also to some people in front of the room. So, Okay, thank you for coming in. I will keep it very brief and short, because first I would like to welcome you here at GND. My role here is to be the host today, because when Gabi asked me whether we can use this hall here for the Concordia event, I say yes, sure, because it's important to do events like this, right? But I want to give you a little orientation on where you are. You see that little black and white pictures here in the room. Of course, you in the live stream, you can't see that right now. But this is what we call Hall 6. Hall 6 was the hall where we printed the euro a few years back. So a security product, which is still existing today, but in today's world, we see many other different products when it comes to payment, right? You have digital payment means, you have everything. And that probably stands for the company here, right? Because we come from physical products and creating confidence in these areas. But today in this campus here, we have 2,200 people, and practically half of it are in R&D, engineering, or IT. So we have crypto laboratories here. So we develop high secure code, and we actually produce products for making the world a bit more secure. When you have an Apple device like an iPhone, and you saw the recent announcement of the iPhone 14, I think the reason why Apple can connect the watch, the iPhone, and the tablet is not because of developments in Cupertino, but because of developments here. Things created in Munich, on this compound here. And it's actually pretty cool. That's the reason why I actually have a watch, because it's our product, right? And whenever somebody unpacks a watch, it's revenue for GND. And that's something very new, because if you come from the physical world and produce products which are paid per piece, or when you have software as a service models, it's a very different thing. And you have to have a different, let's say, DNA to develop that. And one of the parts is on the Cybersecurity Act is have security by design in it, right? And we have to think it from the beginning and from the end, both, right? And how to design this. And this was one of the biggest challenging things to do it with a company like Apple, who have very strong demands. But we don't want to be dependent on Apple, so we come to resilience. We also have other customers in this area, right? But so far, enough about GND. To pick up on the points you made, the BSI, the German Institution for Security in the Information Technology, issued their annual report a few days back. And the report was not showing good news, right? Because the world is getting more digital, but also the profile for threats are increasing tremendously. And it's no wonder, because the world is getting more digital, more connected. And at the same time, we have a lot of geopolitical issues at the moment. They don't really help to make the world more secure. And that's the reason, actually, why I like it so much that we have events like this here, because in my other role, next to being the CEO of GND, I do a lot of other work in order to bring people together to help to make structures more secure, right? And bringing companies and providers of security technology together is something very important, in particular for Europe. And probably ending with a quote we heard yesterday, Gabi, we were at the same event, where Ambassador Ischinger of the Munich Security Conference spoke and said, well, in Europe, and we are all from Europe, right? In Europe, we have to understand that we have small countries, and they understand that they are small, maybe the Netherlands, and other countries which haven't understood that they are small too. Because if you look at Germany, Germany spends a lot of money in R&D and technology. Maybe we are big in Europe, but on a global scale, we are small. And we all have to understand that. That's the reason why we have to work together in Europe to make more of what we have in talents, in money and technology from here. Without that thinking and without that mindset, we don't move anything. And with that, Gabi, I hand over back to you. Wish you all good days here in Munich, fruitful discussions for a joint ambition we have, right? Make the world more secure. Thank you very much.
And the same here. So it's just something for your desk.
Oh, okay.
So you always think of Concordia.
Yeah, because I don't never drink beer. No,
no, never.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you also. Okay, thank you very much. So let's start now with our panel discussion that we have, and I would like to welcome all the participants to follow me to here up. So, Vangelis from ENISA, European Network Information Security Agency. Thank you for coming from Greece. From Greece here. Then we have Helmut Leopold. He is from Austrian Institute of Technology. Thank you. Here we have Ralph. You know Ralph already here. And we will have someone from the Commission. This is Martin Üblor. He will be connected hybridly, and here it is. Hi, Martin. Hello to Brussels.
Good morning. Servus.
Servus. And so, please, we will start with the discussion, and thank you. So, let's go.
Where do you go?
Helmut, Ralph, you can choose your places. So. Okay. Yes, welcome here to our first panel, Building a Resilient Europe, Challenges and Risks. And allow me to give you some intro words into it in terms of in what world we are. We are currently confronted with multiple crises. And we must see that such crises we have not seen 2-3 years ago, on one side. On the other side, we have increasing tremendous speed in technology development, quantum computing, neuromorphic computing, AI, and so on. So both parts are extremely challenging. So first, we need to manage crisis. On the other side, we need to take really smart decisions in what to invest and use the crisis, somebody says never miss a crisis, really to develop new stuff and really to make resilient Europe. And the point is also that we need to be more resilient. Dependency is never good. We already at the first or second term of Concordia, we set European digital sovereignty, important part. Either we name it strategic autonomy or digital sovereignty. The idea is really to be more independent. Dependence is never good. And so it's also the part that we need to start bringing European industry up and trying to be more independent in this part. So the question we are discussing here now today is how we can achieve this. How to make Europe more resilient, not just energy part, oil, gas, and so on, but also from the IT perspective. And Europe has done the EU Cyber Resilience Act in terms of providing to go in this direction, make parts more resilient. But the question which I would like to discuss with my colleagues here and in Brussels, how far are we? What are the steps? What are the recommendations? What do we need to do to go there? And so also to provide support, information also for the policy decision makers, to the politics to say what should we do to get more resilient. So as I said, nice to have you here all, and I would like just to give my colleagues 5 minutes for a statement in terms what are their opinions here. And I would stay with Vangelis, Europe from ENISA.
Thank you, Gabi. So my name is Evangelos Zounis Vangelis. I'm very glad to be here today with you, and I would like to thank Gabi, that I know for many years, for the kind invitation. Concordia is one of the important projects in the cybersecurity research area, and it started with lots of expectations, and I'm very pleased to see that concludes with spectacular results and achievements. So today I'm representing ENISA and the EU Cybersecurity Agency, most of you probably you know, and I'm head of policy development and implementation, leading the work in the NIS directive, the critical sectors. So resilience is an important component, of our work. We have done a lot of work over the last 10 years in this field. And the last 2 years, we realized that more work needs to be done, especially the last 6 months. Member states actually become more and more, let's say, responsible. They take ownership, they develop their own structures. The policy area, the policy initiatives of the European Union, like the ENAS directive, helped a lot. We see now in every member state having a cybersecurity strategy. There is a cybersecurity center. There are a lot of initiatives, sometimes capacity building initiatives like trainings and exercises. We see also regional developments. There is a lot of cooperation between public and private sector through information sharing. So we can be proud of ourselves, that Europe as a continent is quite ahead. Still, there are obviously a lot of things to be done to protect our assets, our critical services, and also, to understand our position in the world and identify opportunities, for growth. And as was said before, we might be, big in our own microcosm, but apparently we are not so big, in the whole world. And we have to understand this and also take advantage of our, skills and capabilities, the talents and the innovation and the research results that Europe produces over the years, not only in cybersecurity, but in many other fields, and see why the commercialization of these results is not, I wouldn't say failing, but it doesn't, produce the results that we all expect. There are some notable examples, like, Munich and Bavaria, but it's very hard to find, such kind of spots, elsewhere, in Europe. And maybe, having such kind of discussions here, and mingle with the people that made it, can help us, understand the problem. So I'm very glad to be with you, and thank you very much for the opportunity. Back to you, Gabi.
Thank you, Magnet. Helmut, you have 30 years more than experience in IT technology, and you're from Austrian Institute of Technology. What is your observations?
So first of all, thank you very much that I can be here with you at this honorable panel. It's really amazing. And thank you very much for the invitation and the question. And 5 minutes is not too much, but I try to be short enough to give an answer on this very important question. Also, what I would like to share with you my experience in working the last 30 years. So I'm not a scientist born, I would say. I was 20 years in industry, first with a big manufacturer, then with a big service operator, always in the digital domain. And so I was watching more or less my career the last 30 years, how the internet came to Europe, how we built broadband, how interactive TV, now it's YouTube called, and all this stuff. So I was observing it. I was part of this community. And the last 12 years, I'm with AIT, the largest Austrian applied research center. And I must say, we are, especially in this round here, and with all these people, we are the smallest ecosystem. So I have now a team of 200 experts, and we get some money. It's big for Austria, but in the worldwide, if I see the billions in Europe or in China, it's neglectable money. But nevertheless, I'm proud, the last 10 years, and I can spend here now at least 1 hour explaining you that we were able to develop solutions, I would say, marketable products, leading edge, ahead of the pack. I'm proud of it. I compare myself with my team on Google, MIT, between China and America. We can do it. So it's not about millions at the end. It's about people which are ambitious, sitting together, and have a will and can do something. So for me, innovation happens in the heads of the people, and it can happen everywhere. Not just size and just billions are at the end the solution, because also if you have a lot of money, you need the people which have to do it. So it's there, we can do it. But what we need and what the problem is, and that's for me the two big messages I would like to share with you. We can spend a lot of even more researchers and scientists if we are not able to build at the same time an ecosystem that those scientists are developing something, companies are around, potent companies which are then building products and are able also to go on a market, on a worldwide market, it's useless at the end. So this building up this ecosystem is crucial. And here we are, I would say, as a nutshell, as a message, a little bit lousy in Europe. We believe it will happen somehow, but we do not spend enough attention. On the one hand, the private market, which is rule, but on the other hand, also when it goes, especially in many areas, especially in the security domain, we are very much dependent on the public administration. It's security is a monopoly at the end of the society and the administration. So if they are not part of this innovation system, it's a little bit difficult. And let's all together, so I claim it's my experience in the last 30 years, I believe we have in Europe brilliant researchers, scientists, wonderful projects, organizations, but what we don't have together, enough self-confidence that we believe in our own competence that we can build something. And so it comes very often in my experience, why are you doing this? This has already been developed in China or in America, or Google should have done it. Again, no, it's not there. They didn't have the idea, they didn't have the competence. We have it. Help me to bring it out into the world. And that's my biggest impact, what I learned over the last 30 years. This is the biggest hurdle what I believe we have in Europe. We do not believe that we are able to build it. At the end, so I just would like to confirm what you said before, we have to bring people together. Innovation happens not in money, innovation happens between heads and brains, between people, and if they come together and know what they want to do, we can build something. And that's for me the big, as a representative of an applied researcher, the big message, let us do something together, we can do it at the end.
Okay, thanks, Helmut. But if it's just only the belief, I think we can work on this.
Exactly.
Okay, so Martin, maybe to your part. You are the head of Sector for Cybersecurity Industry Innovation at DG Connect. What are your observations?
Yeah, good morning, Gabi, and good morning, fellow panelists, and good morning, Concordians. First of all, thanks for the invitation. My apologies for not being able to come over to Munich. I would have loved to drink from one of these beer mugs. For me, this is also a great occasion. I've been part of this journey of which also led to the setting up of Concordia and the other pilot projects from the start. So for me, it's also a great occasion to see what came out of Concordia. And maybe we can also then in the discussion discuss a little bit about what might come next after the Concordia and the other pilot projects. So regarding the challenges that we face in Europe, I think many have already been mentioned by most speakers so far. So, but just to recap on a few, we have supply chain security challenges. We have an expanding attack surface. We have ever more connected devices. We have the advent of quantum computing, which threaten, legacy crypto. We have a huge challenge when it comes to awareness for cybersecurity needs in general, and this is also what the Minister of State already mentioned. But then we also have a huge shortage of really top cybersecurity experts. So at both ends of the spectrum, there's a skills challenge. In general, when it comes to organizations, so companies, but also public administrations or other entities, there's an issue with building capacity and building resilience and integrating cybersecurity into their core operations. We have an issue around information sharing, so sharing between member state authorities about information related to cybersecurity risks and incidents. And the same goes for information sharing within the private sector and between the private and the public sector. And then we also have a huge challenge when it comes to the commercialization of the know-how and the research, the excellent research which we have in Europe. This is also what Helmut just mentioned. So when these are the identified challenges, at EU level, we have let's say a toolkit of how to address different challenges. The toolkit at the moment is kind of expanding, it's pretty dynamic, but roughly speaking, what we have is regulation. And the NIS directive has been mentioned, and this regulation which basically targets and puts obligation on member state authorities. There's also regulation which put obligations on market actors. So again, NIS directive, the recently proposed Cyber Resilience Act, and the certification framework, which is now in place. Apart from regulation, there are also softer tools to foster cooperation within Europe. You might be familiar with the work which has led to the adoption of the 5G security toolbox, which addresses an issue, which goes back to the supply chain issue and the IoT and the expanding attack surface, but where there was a more voluntary and a less, not a regulatory approach, but nevertheless, I think over the years, we have managed to foster a shared view between member states about how to deal with the issue. And then last but not least, there's public funding from the EU level and from the member states level, and also regional. We have supported research and innovation for a very long time. And Concordia is one of the most visible of our research and innovation projects. We also have a new program which is called Digital Europe, which basically comes in where the research ends, meaning it's supposed to build the capacities on the application side. It's supposed to foster innovation and take research to the market, and it's supposed to support skills and let's say cybersecurity infrastructures. And then in relation to these funding instruments, we have also developed an ecosystem approach where we want to manage these two funding programs together with our member state authorities and with our community, of which Concordia is a very visible, let's say, part and predecessor of the eventual community. So we try to put in place this ecosystem approach. In general, the policy landscape is quite dynamic. It's becoming more complex. So there's also a matter of managing different fora, interactions between different, let's say, member state, groupings, interactions between different ways we interact with the market. But it's a very interesting and it's a very dynamic place, EU and cybersecurity. I concur with Evangelos. I think we've come a long way. We're in a good spot, but we can also certainly do better. Thanks again for the invitation and looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you very much. And Ralf, last but not least, what are your thoughts about it? How to get resilient?
Yeah, well, you opened a very big array. And if I, let's say, build on what the previous speakers has been saying, then, and maybe adding to, when you run a company, you have a certain routine, right? And typically you start looking on where you stand. When we look on where we stand in Europe, again, to what I said in the opening, look at two things. Money spent in R&D and technology, and maybe a new view now is what's the military spend? Because we see in both areas global peaks. Every year, global R&D and technology spend is rising. Typically rising more than the accumulated GDP in the world. And it's 2021 numbers, and they're pretty accurate, I guess, is that China, for the very first time, took over the United States in spending on R&D and technology. It is an estimated $620 million, whilst the US stands at about 600. Germany, for example, spends about 130, 135, but Europe altogether 500. So I think there is two messages for us, I think, right? The first message is, there are two countries, the United States and China, dominating more than half of the technology and R&D spend. Of course, they are dominant. They have very strong home markets with a little, let's say, more unified legislation than we have in Europe. But the second message is we have the money. We have over 500 billion we are spending in technology and R&D. So if somebody says we have no funds, it's nonsense, I think. We have the money and we have the brains. We have shortage of brains. Frankly speaking, the United States and China too. They have shortage of people. But we know it because we are active in most of the countries, and we see that we not just see in Europe people shifting and drifting, and also that there's a shortage of highly skilled people. It's the same in the other countries too. So same basic, let's say, conditions for everyone. So we have it in our hands. But when you run a company, you typically look, okay, when you stand there, so what do you do then? So practically speaking, from a competitive area, there is, from a money perspective, funding perspective, no disadvantage. But I was getting very upset in a panel I have been sitting a year back or so, when somebody, I'm sorry, it was from the European Commission, said that we are very good in regulation in Europe. Right? And I say, oh, that cannot be. It cannot be that the United States innovates, that China duplicates, and in the meantime innovates, and that Europe regulates. That's, if we're only good in regulation, then we're missing something. Then we're missing the bridge between the policy making and the implementation, between science and making innovation out of what we have invented, right? And that, I believe, is the biggest hurdle in Europe, that we talk a lot, that we must have formats like this, right? But we must get things on the ground. So there's two things on my wish list: that we have a much stronger vision of where we want to be from an endpoint perspective. So where is this continent by the end of this decade? Technology-wise, industry-wise, because we should have an interest that we have a strong industry also in IT, in technology, in cyber, in most of the areas, right? Because without that, we never become resilient and also to a certain way independent, right? And when we have that vision, also have a very clear roadmap how you do things. Implementation is by nature the most difficult thing, right? Because why do you need a strategy when you not execute it? And if you only talk about execution without strategy, is quite aimless, right? So bringing these points together, my point would be, we have it all in Europe. We have the brains, we have the heart, we have the money. We lack the vision and that path for implementation. That would be my wish. It doesn't make us independent from the very first day, but gradually developing that would be possible. I think it's possible.
That's good. Because
sorry for.
Martin is making all notes, providing then to the information then to the Commission. I could just second this, because if we compare, for example, largest company by market cap, we see that US is dominating the top 100. And the difference was not so big in 2012. So 10 years ago, it was not such big as we have it now. And if you see that, just Tesla is marketing up and is worth as the next 10 most valuable global automakers combined, then we see that we have to do something. But the good thing is, you say we can do it. We both there a couple of years at a Commission event for quantum computing on the panel. And Khalil Rouhana said that time all the research came for quantum computing from Europe. But the computers are coming from the US. So he sealed exactly what Ralph said, that we have the brains, we do research, but we do not development in terms of bridging the gap. And I think the crisis that we are now facing are also opportunities. Opportunities to say, let's do it different. Angelis, do you see it the same? What opportunities do we have? What do we have to do?
Indeed, we realize that we are behind in a lot of important, let's say, leading markets. Okay, we have lost, the smartphones. We have lost the devices, the smart devices, displays. We are losing maybe I hope not, the electricals industry, hopefully not, this is getting very competitive. Tesla has a lot of financial capacity, to buy out European players. And we have to sit down and reflect, what it means, for our economy, for our society. And cybersecurity is definitely an important component in two directions. First, to protect our assets, make our economy, our democracy, our society, functioning, but also as a market, as an opportunity for us. On the first part, surprisingly and very unfortunately, we see that big players don't invest a lot on cybersecurity in Europe, if we compare them with US, for example. So still there is, hesitation. The boards, don't understand the problem. If they invest, they wait for a regulation, to force them, to do that. They don't see this, as an opportunity for diversifying in the market and offering, value-added products. Security maybe is not something that the customer will pay for. And we end up, with a lot of problematic products in the market, digital products. And I think that the CRA comes, to fix a problem like this. In the other direction, we see a lot of innovative startups, coming up in Europe on cybersecurity. We see a lot of innovation, but the culture and the mentality of these startups is, to build up 100, 200 people company, and then maybe look for an investor in the US, to sell it, and then, buy maybe a nice red Ferrari. So we have this difficulty, of going from these 200 people, to 2,000 people, and from 2,000 people maybe to 20,000 people. And of course, we are not one single market yet. We are working towards this direction, and there are different regulations, and there are different languages and different cultures. So this makes, the whole endeavor more difficult. But we see a lot of progress, and I'm personally very, very optimistic. And I think projects like this help us, to understand the opportunities of coming together, developing ecosystems. You have presented so very nice, interesting ideas. Some of them can end up into becoming a business model, a service, a product. And I know that for researchers it's not easy to do this click, going from research to commercialization. I was myself many years researcher, and I was lost into, this research and the priorities of research. But that's why having this interaction, this discussion between industry and research is absolutely a priority. And, by bringing these communities together, maybe some chemistry can happen, and chemistry always helps, to bring new products on the market. So I'm optimistic by character, but also because of the situation.
Gabi, I could add something here.
Please.
If okay. I have a mic here. Well, maybe to explain a little bit of how we try to tackle what you just said. As a company, we have the same issue, right? We have product areas which require a lot of innovation. And you have to be willing to cannibalize your own products. If you don't do that, from physical to digital, then you miss maybe the boat anyway. But having said that, there is so much innovation out in this area that we have decided to build a fund, a G&D supported fund. It's called the Trust Tech Fund for Trusted Technologies. It's only in the cybersecurity area. It's only in areas where we are active, but we seek new solutions. And so we are not that large, right? We are not Apple, we are not Tesla. We are 12,000 people now. We run to 2.5 billion. So we say, well, how can we fund that as a company? Because you can do R&D, you can do M&A, and you can do venturing. But you can spend the euro only once. Right? Because part of that thing is how larger companies also support the, let's say, small company development, the venture area. So we were looking for a partner, a co-investment facility. So we found a partner, and it's the European Investment Bank. So for each euro we invest, the European Investment Bank invests the other euro. So we have a certain fund size, so we can facilitate 15, 20, 25 startups in the area of trusted technologies, adding to our portfolio, and for us, it's a super research of what's going on in the landscape of innovation. Because simply, we have to recognize, maybe we have good products, but there is plenty of good ideas out there. And because it's a European investment, we focus on Europe. European investment stands for Europe, EU 27, so we invest in EU 27 countries, so across Europe. And it's not just a fun exercise to do that, because always I look at the deal flow memos, right, I get from the ventures team, because to see what kind of startups. And what I can say is there is a lot of startups, and they miss what you say, scale, right? Because United States, large market, China, large market. China is a super venture market at the moment. They invest a lot of money in China. United States, very big tickets. In Europe, often it lacks the scaling effect, right? And that's the reason why what you said, opening the markets would be very important, that we have new technologies being better able to scale. Otherwise, we remain with small-scale solution. We maybe have super solutions, but maybe they're only small scale. They never grow to a Tesla size.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So scaling, Helmut, is an issue. How to do it?
So since I'm representing the researchers, I can a little bit discuss with the industry side, allow me. I fully agree with what you said. We need a European open market. I observed this the last 12 years. It's very difficult to start with as a startup, and then we have more than 20 countries, different languages also an issue. It's very difficult. It's much easier to do the same in the US, and immediately you have 20,000 customers in big US, native English speaking, and then you have some income and the startup can grow, which cannot in Europe. But there is a second issue which I would like to highlight and build on my previous sentence or my previous statement. We're discussing about security. Security is part of digitalization, so it's both for digital and for security. I think the biggest point is we have to understand altogether, it's, I believe, not about technology. So we have this big area in the CHIPS Act, we're discussing, do we have technology competences for producing something? Of course, that's one area of discussion. We need machines, we need experts to build really high tech. But when I see it, take more general, the digital issue or the security issue, for me, it's not the technology side. It's at the end, we have to understand, it's about digital transformation. It means it's changing of processes in the organization, but also in our community as private users, and also as business users. And this is something which is so crucial from my point of view, goes wrong. Also security context, many customers, operators, sometimes business customers are looking for, build a box and then my company is secure. No, you have to do in the whole organization a change of thinking, a change of working. You have to do it. And let me just give one example for the younger people. I'm a little bit older, but in 2004, I was with a large telecom operator. In 2004, so it was before YouTube time. I think many people here don't understand there was a time before YouTube. So YouTube was not in the market. We already equipped in small Austria a whole village of 7,000 people, fully covered with broadband access, and we provided them with cameras, and they did a community TV. At that time, I was traveling through the whole world. I was presenting, we have the first village of doing community TV. I didn't get any support from any kind of commercial actor in Austria, in Europe, on the political level. Everybody was claiming, oh, that's a crazy guy, you cannot earn money. We need cost efficiency. We also at that time at the operator side, we are introducing new technology just to become more efficient, to get rid of people. That's okay, that's fine, but I think that's not the future. We have to rethink that's not only about efficiency. We have to think about new approaches, changes of processes, business changes, all what we experience now with Twitter and all the social media stuff, and also with Google and all these big companies, also with cloud, is changing of way of working. And here we need a better understanding. So it's not about technology, it's about how can we use it. Funding is there. I fully agree with you. I have no problem with funding. People are also there. What I really allow, I think I can say here at this round, even though it's public, but the public administration in Europe as innovative user is completely missing. They do not play the role. So there is public money, but they do not play the role. And also, to some extent, helping startups, helping research activities by an industry consortium. Let us do something for the global world. It's very hard for us. That's not something what scientists can do here, a much better understanding. We have to do it somehow different together. Otherwise, we will not be able to being successful in the global market.
So, next question, of course, to Martin. So we see it's a technology problem. Well, yes or not a little bit. We need startups. We need actual unicorns. And we have luck to have in Concordia 2 unicorns. But we need more of them. And they should not be bought and or sold to the US. So how is the European Commission try to handle this? Do you have a solution, not just to fund research, but maybe fund more startups, have funds, like Ralph said, on the big European scale, and then also to have some limitations in terms to say that they are not allowed to be sold if they are big and innovative ideas to the US? What do you think?
Yes, so Gabi, the short answer is yes.
Good.
Well, I can elaborate a bit, but I also want to just to recap a little bit on the discussion so far. I think, so I think we're zeroing in on a certain kind of shared understanding on the fact that scale is an issue, even though the EU is about creating an internal market. Formally, we think we have broken down all formal barriers to the internal market, including when it comes to cybersecurity products and services. But de facto, we know that we do not have the same scale and the same ease of moving between national markets as in China and the US, where it's just really one market and one language. So, but I'm also really looking forward to concrete suggestions about, what more to do there, also on the regulatory side. The innovation, I think the innovation, the concrete innovation, the concrete developments which lead to scaling up of companies, which lead to, new business models really breaking through, like the Austrian example, which did not make it, but which might have should have. I don't think it will come from the public sector, and not necessarily the public sector in Brussels. It's what we can do is we can create framework conditions for others to work within. So just very concretely, what we are now trying to do with the European Cybersecurity Competence Center and the network of national coordination centers, we're trying to develop a strategy and agenda which hopefully, can fulfill the function of the big vision that was mentioned before. But of course, it's Europe. It's a long process. We want to integrate all stakeholders. It's public, it's private, it's geographical balance. So it will take some time. Maybe it will not be short and snappy, but then at the end, we will come out with something which is hopefully both consensual and actually visionary. And again, we're creating these structures for these processes to take place. So we have, let's say, the forum where we discuss with the member state authorities, which manage part of or much of the public spending. And we will have a strategic advisory group where, wise men and women can come together representing industry, the application side, civil society, and academia. So again, I understand our role here in trying to create framework conditions. And then Gabi, to the concrete question at the end about are we going to support startups and scale-ups in cybersecurity in Europe? I cannot tell you completely yes yet, but last week we were in Luxembourg with the Vice President of the European Investment Bank, who presented a study by the European Investment Bank exactly about the funding gap between when it comes to venture capital and the funding gap between startups and scale-ups in Europe as compared to the US and other geographies. And of course, you know, the analysis is clear. Okay, there's very good talent, but there's not enough equity around. There's not enough venture capital around. What can we do? So now again, we're entering into a process where there are potentially, you know, European pots of money, and there are actors, namely the European Investment Bank and the European Investment Fund. And we will see to what extent we can set something up which is dedicated for cybersecurity. And this could, in the end of the day, this could look like a fund of funds or a co-investment facility. But this is in the future. What we now have basically agreed on is the analysis. There's an interesting new study by the EIB published last week. And now we will enter a new discussion. And again, we will do it in the same fora and with the involving the stakeholders that I mentioned before. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Martin. Allow me to add a question. We need to be fast and agile, and something along discussions are maybe good in times where we don't have crisis as we have it now, multiple crises. Now maybe we need to make a new work style in terms maybe not to go to all member states, so other forms of discussions and other forms of coming to conclusions and to strategic way in much more faster way. So because Europe is known as regulator, but I think it's necessary that Europe becomes also known as industry player. As we heard yesterday from Mr. Ischinger from the Munich Security Conference, if Europe is not playing a role in the big geographical situations, then we have a problem as Europeans. So allow me to add, to make more processes more faster, more agile, more strategically come faster to the conclusion, and as Ralph said, think from the end to the back, where do we want to be in, few years.
No, but I really like to encourage what you said on the, let's say, the co-investment facility released a lot of energy in our ventures team because they can actually spend twice. There's a very, let's say, agile coordination process with the EIB, with the European Investment Bank. And I think it can be a bridge of generating private money in conjunction with public money. I think it's a very good idea. And if we find, let's say, 10 more companies and have the volume of 10 times, then we have supported already, let's say, 200 or 250 startups. So, and that can be easily generated. And I'm sure you will find other companies.
So Martin, this was an encouragement. So proceed agile and fast to this part. Oh. Helmut? Helmut, maybe you want to comment?
Yeah, let me take this opportunity to add here something which was not yet brought up, which I would like to mention, but I think it's important. So basically full agreement. We need research, we need startups, we can do something. But something else is going on when we came now, I think, after the infrastructure period, what we had, building up cables and fiber and all this stuff 20 years ago. Now we have some kind of switches, IT equipment. We are now on this data level. We are producing data and we are sharing it. And only a handful of companies in the world, none of them are from Europe, are dealing with all our data. So when we go back on this now, digitalization third level, now what's going on? Do we have control over our data? It's now about security, privacy, all this stuff is coming up. And if I just, let me take this example, share with you my experience when Corona started, where the whole scientific Europe, all the researchers in big communities tried to produce a technical solution. At the end, it wasn't feasible. We didn't come to a European conclusion. We were not able to trust or to bring the civilist, the whole community, the non-research and non-technical community, the public opinion in the field that it does make sense to think about next generation high-tech IT solution. I'm talking about this Corona app and all this stuff. A full failure. But what did Europe at the end? At the end, we were trustful that Apple and and Google were doing it because they built it in their operating system. Suddenly all the problem was gone. Isn't it crazy? It's unbelievable for me. We were not able to discuss because, of course, it's critical. It's all about this privacy issue. It is a critical issue. It's not a research issue. It's not a scientific problem. It's a problem that we have in the community. Where is the discussion right now? Just saying do not want to have it, and then we have one company in the world which have all our data. That's not my answer for privacy preserving solution. So we need a discussion. I think beside this scientific research and market approach and activities, we need something not to lose our users at the end, that they trust on our own solution, that we are able to build. I believe that we can build solutions and services which are privacy preserving and which are helping our needs and our daily problems in the business and the private world. But we have to work on this. We need new technology, and this will then be the drivers when we have here the market. We're building then the market that we can build solutions. Otherwise, we're just not doing it, and we'll let it somewhere else in the world, which doesn't take any care about our privacy and all this stuff. So that's a big example where public authority or our regulation at the end, I would say, is the big market driver, which we have to bring into the field again, and it will not happen just bottom up.
If I may add to this, we have experienced 20 years ago, what South Korea was doing, in particular sectors. So they were putting their money, all their money, in 2-3 particular sectors, semiconductors, smart TVs, displays at that time, and cars. And they were ignoring other areas where basically, we in Europe consider important. So this is something also important. We have a tendency in Europe to spread thin, cover many areas, but not going too deep into these areas. And by the time we have a solution, we realize maybe that there is a lot of innovation out there. Our products might not be very competitive, and there are cheaper solutions, and that's it. So we lost yet another opportunity. So what I think is important also to reflect, about the priorities of 2035, 2040 maybe, and see what is absolutely important for Europe, where Europe can become a major player, and maybe instead of going spread thin and covering 200 areas, maybe we cover only 10 areas. And in these 10 areas, maybe we put all our energy or our effort, and try to make, world champions. And then let's see what happens, because the scale of the problem will increase. Then the capacities of these companies, will become bigger and bigger. The market capitalization of these companies will increase exponential. So what we see 10 years later, from 12 to 22, maybe in 2032 will be even more. So this means that these companies will have the financial capacity to buy out any competitor, and sustain their market leadership, for the years to come. So it's very important to realize this, that we have to act. And of course, it's a research issue, it's a regulatory maybe issue, it's a market capital deployment issue, it's a cultural issue as well, for the people to understand, about the importance of entrepreneurship and taking, the risk to do stuff. So many aspects, but it is, the only thing that we have at our disposal, because Europe is becoming very expensive. We cannot produce clothes anymore, we cannot, we have to be on the leading edge in technology. Otherwise, we are going to be only, users and, offering touristic products and nice attractions, that will not be very sustainable. And I can have a lot of examples of, empires that have been disappeared, and because they didn't manage well.
So I think we need to move out of the comfort zone.
Yes, we have, yes.
And do some to prevent Europe as a digital colony. What are the areas? What are the areas where we should concentrate on?
I don't know, but I'm coming from cybersecurity, and I think cybersecurity might be the one. might be one, because we have a lot of knowledge and expertise. We have a lot of interesting projects. It's an area that is still emerging. I don't see a big major cybersecurity player, around. And if we act quickly, we might be able to create one. I know that, players like Microsoft and others are capitalizing their, market position to offer cybersecurity services. But a lot of people now would like to have a third-party independent cybersecurity provider, and that might be our opportunity. So I'm sure that in other sectors, I don't know, nanoelectronics, displays, renewable energy sources, there might be opportunities like this, but I'm not the right expert definitely to express a view.
Okay. Helmut, what sectors would you say? Where should we concentrate?
So let me start, since we're in the cybersecurity context, I would underline, I think this is a very crucial starting point. Why? Since I'm 30 years working in the IT sector, the summary is we're still building today IT as we have done it 30 years ago, in principle. Now we can discuss, but in principle, we are writing lines of code. In a car, we have nowadays 100 million lines of code in a modern car. It's unbelievably complex. The predictions are going to billions lines of code. No engineer will really understand what he has built there. It's an unbelievably complex system. So, and in the privacy context, I also mentioned before, we are just sending data somewhere around. It's always there. Everybody can read it, and we try by laws and rules to protect our data. So the next generation should be technically built in. So it's by design, security, privacy by design. There is a huge amount of work to be done that we can build next generation digital systems, and the whole world will need it. So this will be a very good starting point, because that's for me the underlining factor for our next generation digital autonomy. We have to have systems that we can trust, and not every single user can become an IT expert to run and operate his own IT system. So we need much more services. I think that's a huge market, which will all our SMEs, that they get the proper support. We have to think about new service offerings for them, that we build a resilient and stable IT infrastructure, IT and data management infrastructure, that's for sure. For the second part, discussing what are the appropriate technology areas, defining something top-down, I'm not a believer on this. I think we will not find an appropriate answer. What I think could be cool, which is not yet there, if we give the freedom, that's the advantage of Europe. We have different nations, different countries in different areas of Europe, that at the end we need skills and scalable skills and critical mass of know-how and technology. It would make sense that individual countries take specific priorities in specific areas, having then an understanding that we are in a common market where a lot of exchange of information, skills, know-how, and people really takes place. So here we would be able to build on Europe, and this could be built up bottom-up. So it should develop dependent on what we said at the beginning. It needs an ecosystem, you need actors, you need research, you need companies, and those which are developing properly should sit on something, perhaps much more solar power in Greece, because you have more sun in the northern part, I don't know, or you have the sea and all this stuff. So there are different countries, and they should spend their priorities on their areas, and so together we can build a portfolio of competences in Europe.
Mm-hmm. Ralph, your opinion?
I think I have to be humble here, because I'm more an expert in the fields of our companies operating in. But if I look at it from a resilience and sovereignty perspective, I think we pretty much know as we speak where we are falling short on doing things and being dependent. Right? And it goes far beyond technology. I think it's, if you go to raw earth materials, there's only one country, practically speaking, mining them. Right? So I think we also have to go back to the mining sector eventually, right? If you want to have a little bit more independency or find different partnerships. So the key question is to what you said earlier is, well, how to turn a legacy system. And Europe has a very strong legacy system. And the very difficult thing for the European Commission is to support that legacy system as well, because there's a lot of people working in the legacy system. You cannot switch from one day to the other to everything else. So, but that's the same thing for companies. So if G&D would only be active in the field of banknotes, we would only have 10% of the revenue. So, and somehow My job is to make sure that we widen that scope, but we have to support the legacy. Otherwise, but if the legacy doesn't make sense anymore, we have to shut it down, right? But as long as it makes sense, of course we support it. So, but in a nutshell, you ask me about things. I'm too humble here to state that, but as again, I think when we know where we are vulnerable, we should invest. Certainly, cybersecurity, technology, IT, software, internet is one of the areas where we have to invest as Europe. Otherwise, we are really a digital colony.
Yeah, to prevent this, hopefully we will master this. But we have a question from the chat. Is privacy a matter of technology or a policy decision? I think this is a question for Martin.
Ooh la la. Before I get into this, I just wanted to still say that I'm very encouraged to hear of this G&D EIB co-investment facility, and I'd really love to learn more from it, because maybe this in itself can be scaled up.
Yeah. Why don't we schedule a telco with our ventures team, and we just share of what we do.
And make it bigger, so that, because we need bigger investments.
And then just to also to agree on what was said last about the what we in Europe call strategic autonomy, that the geopolitical context is changing rapidly, and I think it has now really everybody has now heard the signals and drawn their conclusions. Just as one example, we are now here in Europe negotiating a CHIPS Act, which is a large co-investment program for repatriating part of the semiconductor value chain back to Europe. And this is because we see, the obvious commercial and geopolitical risks, and the two dimensions combined pose an immense risk. If there were political escalation between China and Taiwan, we might end up without the right supply in microelectronics, which would completely stifle our entire industry. So I think the chips is just one example. So this discussion is taking place in Brussels, but we do need, let's say, the strategic input from the stakeholders that signal basically, future dependencies or future risks. And again, it's about kind of setting up an ecosystem, setting up fora where this kind of public-private interaction can take place. Privacy preserving, is it a regulatory or is it a tech solution? Let me also add the cultural dimension, and I think in Europe, and then I think speaking to an event which takes place in Germany, the cultural issue on privacy is probably, for me, it's more important than the technology or the regulation. If there is, let's say, of course, everybody wants to protect their privacy. Nobody wants to have, a situation like in other parts of the world where there's a social credit system and basically almost complete surveillance. Nobody wants that. And it's clear, and Europe's basically distinguishing factor needs to be that there is this freedom and there's a kind of a functioning society and functioning social services and a functioning economy without this kind of these privacy kind of infringements. Nevertheless, if we become too conservative and too risk averse, we will certainly also miss out on the next wave of innovations. So I think there's a balance to be struck, and I think the balance is also to be struck in our collective minds and values. Now, technology, I think, is an enabler. We have plenty of research projects focusing on privacy-preserving technology. My layman's impression is that we develop all these nice tools coming out of research projects, and then they're not taken up. And they're not taken up because the gadgets and the applications, they don't connect. I mean, they come from somewhere else. They're what counts, and they don't connect to these privacy-preserving technologies. So I think technology is an enabler, but not more than that. On the regulatory side, I think we have, when it comes to privacy and when it comes to data protection, of course, you know, Europe is a global standard setter, mostly for better, maybe sometimes also for worse. And that goes back to what I said earlier about conservatism. But so, I mean, don't expect major revolutions on the regulatory side on privacy and data protection, I mean, in the bigger picture. Let me also mention the Cyber Resilience Act, Gabi, unless you want to come back to that later on, which is a regulatory approach on cybersecurity. And it may have a similar effect as the GDPR when it comes to driving markets and driving, basically increasing the size of the market for providing cybersecurity know-how and services and technology. But maybe we come to that later. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Maybe a comment from my side. I think that if we have the right for privacy and we don't have the technology, if we're using Apple and so, then our data is somewhere. So technology is an enabler, correct. But technology made in Europe that also says all this ethical value and whatever, also to realize it. And I think what we're missing is technology made in Europe that is developed according to these all, good ethical values that we have. Otherwise, at home, what do we have? Alexa, Siri, and whatever. Better, so surveillance of our homes has never been, or for the citizens, has never been so much hard and big as we have it here. And everybody's taking this. So, and data is the new oil, so we need data from AI perspective, from the research area. We know how humble, or we are searching for data so that our algorithms can train and can be built, and we cannot get the data. So, because of issues. So we cannot develop algorithms in this way, and this better as Google and all these are doing with our data. So we are feeding with our data also the algorithms and the tools and the development in the US. So not sure how we can solve this, because it's correct, regulatory is one part, but I think we need, maybe we say it, a Marshall Plan for the European industry. So really to push it in terms not to be, well, maybe, as I said, 10 years ago, the difference was not so big to the tech as we have it now. And in 10 years more, maybe we are not existent anymore. So from the technology point of view, not from other parts. So the question is certainly, can we have it in 1-2 recommendations? We will come to the Cyber Resilience Act term, but maybe from this part, 1-2 recommendations that we can give Martin for the Commission to write it down and to implement. We had one very good, as Ralph said, this co-investment. I think this is a really good part, but make it bigger in scale. But maybe another part. So I start with Ralph.
I can only try to give an example of what we are working on. We are working with national banks, central banks of countries for digitalizing their physical currency. So central bank digital currency is not a Bitcoin, but the digital equivalent of the physical notes issued by central banks. So the ECB made a study in Europe that privacy is something very important, that people don't want to be traced on what they pay for. I think we are all not shy of giving our data to Google and to PayPal and whoever, right? That's when we have no problem eventually. But when it comes to physical currency, that is obviously an issue. However, I think the technology and the algorithms we have developed and protocols we have developed is that you can make an anonymous payment digitally. It's possible. However, now regulators come into play, and I think they have a good right to do that, because if a bank, a European bank, Crédit Agricole, Deutsche Bank, or whoever, or Banco Santander, have KYC processes, and somebody wants to transfer 10,000 euros to somebody else, he has to provide an identity. Countries today have different levels of what that amount is, but I guess this is a nice example of how you can bridge things. Do you want to regulate every single transaction with privacy? God, I sometimes also think if hackers want to just look at my private email account and say, let them look at that, right, with all the spam stuff and so on, have fun with that. But my crown jewels I protect. So for transactions which go to a certain value, well, let people do it. Why to trace it? And who is doing something with the data? If it goes to above a certain amount, yeah, I think it makes sense from a tax evasion crime perspective in order to check it. Also from those who are the intermediaries later for a digital currency, like commercial banks or telco providers or payment service providers. So probably there is something which can bridge that. Not everything, not every single piece is private, right? But as of a certain point, you have to open for public security. So that's a very specific example, I know. I'm not sure how that can be transferred to other things. But sometimes specific examples eventually help to bridge the gap.
So keep it simple more in terms of KISS principle.
Yeah.
Helmut, what would you, 1, 2 recommendations
A very
from Martin?
simple recommendation. As I said, we have the basic research, we have the scientists, universities, then we have invented something like applied research. There is the idea, so I'm part of this community, that you have to bridge the gap between the science, the knowledge, and the market. That's a good approach, and I love it, I like it, it's working, but it's not enough. So since if I have one wish and one recommendation, I'm very close involved in Austria in this quantum encryption project in the Digital Bureau program, and that's a good example. So without this Digital Bureau program, what the community and European Commission was a very strong driver on it, when they didn't implement this method of the Digital Euro program and implementing now one step further, we are now far away from research, it's implementing technology. But there are so many open questions for the users of the technology, for the public authorities which are using it, regulatory issues, law issues. As long as these issues are not solved, the technology is not appropriate, the solution is not appropriate. And only applied research as a term is too less. So we have to go, I believe, one step further, not completely to the market. I would use the term sandboxing, going much more closer to the market, still with our understanding. It's still risky, but it's not basic research, it's close to the market, and it's possible. Researchers, scientists, engineers, universities, companies, and public authorities are coming together. Let us try now this new technology and let us see what other problems around have to be decided to develop, which are non-technical, from regulation to laws to cultural issues. I think this we need much more to help the scientific communities to bring their knowledge onto the market at the end. And at the end, we are generating by such a mechanism at the end a market. And so companies and startups find their value to jump in, and so an ecosystem is starting. Okay.
Angelis, what would you say?
Yeah, so I said a couple of ideas, but I will repeat them, you know, in a summary mode. So for me, the most important thing is the scalability problem. I have seen, you know, European Investment Bank and others, you know, demanding a return on investment, you know. And this is maybe for established companies that they have, you know, the assets, but in a lot of startups, practically the risk is very high, and there are no return on investments promised, you know. So, and unless there is a return on investment, a lot of organizations like EIB and others don't invest. So here we need to think a little bit in a, you know, along these lines. What kind of instruments can we bring on the table, you know, which are beyond, you know, the traditional financing mechanisms. So we might even lose all the money, you know. And the investors should be very comfortable with this possibility, as the angels, you know, the seed investors, you know, in the States do. So, and I don't know if this is a private responsibility or it is a public or both, but this is something, you know, that is quite important. The second recommendation is to consolidate the research areas, you know, not to spread thin, not to do too many things, but identify a couple of important areas where we believe Europe can make an impact, and put maybe enough money, and work together, public and private. The third recommendation that I will do is to simplify, the regulatory, economic environment for the startups. I know that in a lot of countries still there are a lot of legal impediments. People don't know how to create a startup. There are, legal barriers, in the different investment, rounds. So this is something, that maybe can be fixed, and also give incentives, to a lot of people, to researchers, to entrepreneurs and so on, to take the risks. I'll give you a very funny story. Almost 22 years ago, I've been in Norway, in Trondheim, and in the middle of the university there were 3 very expensive cars. And then I asked the guys, why they have these very expensive Mercedes, and I said, people, are not very keen to create their own company, I mean, still, we have a very nice quality of life in Europe, and a lot of people, don't take the risk, to make companies. I have lived the last 10, 15 years in a country which was a lot under pressure, with the crisis. People used to have very, very low salaries. So now there is a huge, spread of startups, a lot of youngsters, taking the risk because basically they have nothing to lose. So this is an important message, I mean, we shouldn't reach a crisis, for us to go into the startups, but, create a culture, give incentives, to a lot of people like here, and give them the opportunity to somehow to succeed, but also to fail. And understand that failure is part of the improvement process, and accept this as a major achievement. I don't know, maybe I'm asking too much. And the fourth recommendation that I will do is about creating talents, creating capacity. If we don't solve this problem, if we don't create more talented people, it will be impossible, to meet the demand. With the new telework regimes, US companies are recruiting people, globally. We have difficulty to sustain our talents, and that will be definitely an important challenge for us to grow. This scalability problem, will hit us soon.
Mm. Very good. So Martin is writing everything down, all the problems, but I think it's a lot of part. Very good. To be more simple, fast regulatory incentives, and I think keep it easy and simple, really to say open a startup, make it, and I could only support this. And I hear it a lot also from my network that young people are just going to the US and say much easier to make a startup as here with all the regulations, and if I fail, then what happens then? I think we need to come over to this part. And well, maybe we will feel forced, because Cyber Resilience Act is certainly a part of it, but is it really the answer to the cyber resilience challenge? It's a regulatory, but the question is it enough? And opinions about, Ralph? What would you say? How would you comment this?
I would compare it with ESG. Mm-hmm. Is ESG solving the climate problems of the planet? Of course not. It's only what happens afterwards, right? And from, let's say, because I have the 2 areas reporting to me, information security, but also ESG. And coming from a company with a legacy system, you first think in ESG, okay, how to do less harm to the planet, right? To optimize here and there. Before you shift it to doing more good things, it takes a while, right? ESG was pushing it, but still it takes time to resolve issues and to really turn it around and figure out on different things, not the same things optimized, right? And I think that's the same as the Cyber Resilience Act. It's a regulation, and it takes time to realize it. Until you have legacy systems turned around, it takes a long time. Yeah, it's optimization, and until you have new things built based on the idea of the Cyber Resilience Act, it will gradually move forward, but it takes time. So it will not solve all the problems.
Do we have the time?
Well, you know that the digital race is very fast, right? So in practical life, of course, you don't have the time, but in reality, we will need time to change it.
Okay, Helmut?
So, just a little bit to complement what you just said, it's a portfolio of activities. So I think what I experience as strong market drivers is the NIS2 directive. I'm involved in there, and I see a strong discussion between public authorities, lawmakers, regulatory policymakers, but also manufacturers, solution providers. We're sitting together and we're thinking, how can we solve this law? It's a driver, so it's a market driver because you have to do it, because there is, I think it's cool. Regulation is always, and laws are always important drivers. There is a second example in the automotive context, where we have the United Nations regulatory scheme that by 2024, from a digital point of view, all the new cars which want to be then a certification have to follow specific digital certification processes. So as far as I understand, it's a kind of bottom-up approach that the industry on its own defined this in Europe. So that's an important market driver, and many solutions are now asked because are looked for, because you have then to manage this tremendous expectation, process management, skill management. It cannot be done with pencils and paper, so they are looking for tools. And this is generating a new market where solution providers can now enter the scene. Startups, for example, we have funded one with an AIT based in this subject. So these drivers are helping. It's a starting point. Secondly, I would say it needs more. I think we should not wait at the end, especially in the business context. I think it will be crucial for a business success not to be intervened by somebody else, either that your IPRs are stolen or your customers are stolen. It's not funny because everything is now on a digital platform, so it should become a very crucial basic idea for everybody. It's the basic to survive in a business and private context. I think here we have to work together. We are doing it. Projects like Concordia and other competence networks are working in this direction. We have to explain much more. It's crucial. Stay on it. Jump on it as a customer, and then again, it's a certain level that a market is generated and solutions will come immediately afterwards.
Okay. Angelis, Cyber Resilient Act?
Yes, I think whoever tried to make his house, smart knows very well, how difficult it is to deal with a lot of connected devices. So vulnerabilities, problems with the firmware, they don't work well. Sometimes they are connected, sometimes they don't connect. A lot of us are honestly spending our weekends, trying to fix these problems. So the Cyber Resilience Act comes actually to solve this problem and say to all these manufacturers, guys, come on. You cannot just produce products, and compete on the market with the cheapest price. You have to bring some basic quality. You have to adhere to some basic security principles. And we don't demand this for all products, but definitely for some risky products, important products that are supporting critical services, we might need to even certify them. And for others, definitely there is a need, for a self-assessment. So I remember a couple of years ago, this famous, telecom routers, problem. And there are many other, examples like this where basically nobody knew what to do. And the company also said, this is not my responsibility. So in my opinion, here the Commission takes a very bold initiative to solve a problem and also to raise the level of security of a lot of these products which are coming in the market without appropriate security, and also push a little bit the national authorities to take ownership and responsibility in somehow supervising these products or, checking what kind of products are circulating in the European market. So it will solve the end devices. It is only a small problem of the whole architecture. We still need to have the other components, the connectivity, 5G. We still need to have a proper, identity management system. We still have to consider the cloud where the data are stored, and and we still have to discuss about the artificial intelligence and the data. So CRA is a part of the ecosystem. It will not solve all the problems, but definitely it deals with the end devices. And when these devices are in critical processes, in critical systems, then they are very, very important. And there, we have to be very careful, how we deploy them.
Okay, thanks. But so far we are not good at the cloud, we are not at 5G good, we actually are limited in various fields. Yeah. But maybe Martin has a solution for all of this. Martin, it's your turn.
No pressure. No, I mean, I don't have that much to add. Just to let you know, I mean, first, on the previous round, indeed, I've been taking good notes. Many of the challenges and recommendations let's say I heard before, and people are working on it. Others not yet, and again I took note, and again I'm inviting, let's say, input through our stakeholder engagement structures. On the CRA, just to say one thing, we did not take this lightly. Okay, I think when I started in cybersecurity, I don't know, maybe 6 or 8 years ago, one of the first things that came onto my desk was, duty of care, and already at the time there was the need was identified. But, as quick as we are in proposing a new initiative or proposing a new forum or proposing a new structure, this one, we really did not take it lightly. Hopefully we end up with a balanced regulation which achieves the impact, which is the resilience, which maybe also as a byproduct fosters the market for cybersecurity and increases the overall awareness of cybersecurity for cybersecurity. But there is also an issue of the compliance cost. And this regulation will apply very, very widely. So again, I just hope for a really balanced, I hope for an informed legislative discussion, and I hope for a balanced outcome. And then, as Evangelos points out, then it comes to the implementation. And the nicest regulation is not worth much if the implementation does not live up to it. So lots of challenges, but I think indeed it was a very important step, and again, we did not take it lightly.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the discussion so far. We are at the end of the panel, and I think we should have discussed much more time in terms really what are the next steps and so on, but I think we should never miss a crisis. We should take the opportunities to come out of our comfort zone and make progress in terms of really building European industry in IT. And I would really like to thank all my panelists here. Thanks again for the big applause. We did not provide solutions, but I think discussing terms, bringing people together, it's important, and Concordia is bringing a lot of people together, building an ecosystem. I think we found a way how to make ecosystems as a blueprint, and hopefully we will meet also after Concordia, the last time probably in Stockholm with Shahid, but also afterwards, because it's necessary to bring this further, to make it as sustainable, also the investment that we are doing in research and collaboration, and so also to the next step. Looking forward to this, and thanks again for the really nice discussion. Thanks again.
Likewise.
We need a Yes, so it's not yet break. Research and future parts. And so we have prepared something. You know that we have different roadmaps for investment, for legal, for research, for education. And maybe if we can show the screenshots, we are developing a monitoring board. A monitoring board where you can online address recommendations and also challenges in terms to get feedback from the community. So we said, for example, we're having the roadmaps that we think this is an important, from the Concordia Consortium, this is an important challenge, this is an important challenge, and these are the recommendations. And so we developed an online tool where we can have feedback from all European communities to say, I think this is important, we think this is not so important. So to get priorities, because we cannot do everything at once. And it's important to say what is short-term, mid-term, long-term, and what are the priorities that we want to have it. And here is the monitoring board, our Concordia monitoring board roadmap. So go there, try to click some parts. You will see the recommendations, the challenges, what we have from our roadmaps. And the idea is to get feedback and to see from the whole community, not just Concordia Consortium, to get feedback in terms of what is important and what is less important, so to get priorities. Here are just some screenshots. Please go visit the website, give us your feedback, and this will be then important also to provide recommendations for the Commission. And this was then also now the end. And we have now lunch and bon appetit, or in Germany we would say einen guten. So have good discussions. We have also the expo here. We have our drones from the Airbus. We'll see, maybe we can fly it around. No, just joking. Yes, go around, research posters as there, get involved in the work of Concordia. Thank you very much, and a good should be coming and sitting. Our next panel is on education and skills for cybersecurity. We will start with a keynote by Anissa, and then the four panelists will continue the discussion. Just a double check with Javier. Are you with us online?
Okay, so you change it. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you very much, everyone, for coming back to your seats. And I guess we are waiting for maybe 1 minute more to see if our technology works. Okay, great. Can you hear as well, Javier?
Perfect.
Perfect.
Thanks.
So I will formally introduce Javier Gomez Prieto, who is a policy officer at Anissa. And this panel will be organized into parts. So first, Javier will give us, provide a keynote on European Cybersecurity Skills Framework. And then we have four panelists. We will come on the stage and we'll continue the discussion, including Javier in the panel. So I warmly welcome you, Javier. It's great that you are at least available online with us, so everyone is here and looking at you. So stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation to all Concordia project partners. It's great to see actually people meeting together. Fortunately for me, it was not possible to be there. But okay, with the same spirit, I come here to share with you the results actually of the last 2 years working on this European cybersecurity skills framework. So my name is Javier Gomez. I work at the NISA Policy Development and Implementation Unit, and I also work in the work related to awareness raising and education of cybersecurity aspects. So if I can ask the colleague to take the next slide, please. So basically what I'm going to share with you today is these 3-4 aspects. The first one is a general overview of the cybersecurity skills framework. Then I will present some of the profiles. We have identified 12 profiles of cybersecurity sector. Then I will illustrate some benefits of the framework, and finally some specific examples of the application of the framework. Next, please. So to start with this cybersecurity, the European Cybersecurity Skills Framework. Next, I will start by the. Could you please go to the next? Basically, to say this slide illustrates one of the main aspects driving actually our work in the last 2 years. And basically, in one hand, there is a prominent shortage element of cybersecurity skills in Europe, accompanied with lack of skilled workforce for conducting cybersecurity tasks in several sectors. So these two elements are very important, as cybersecurity, you know, is a very evolving domain, requiring continuously a lot of people to work on that with difficulties. So for that reason, ENISA embarked in this initiative of contributing actually to provide a common framework for helping to identify specific profiles and to share a specific knowledge among member states and people working in cybersecurity skills. Next, please. So with that spirit, actually, the ECF, CSF objectives are basically to create a common understanding of the roles, the competences, skills, and knowledge, facilitate cybersecurity skills recognition by bringing together people working on that domain and putting that knowledge in common, and support also the design of cybersecurity related training programs. So these are driving elements of the cybersecurity framework. We had this year the first cybersecurity skills conference in Athens, in which we presented actually these two outcomes in detail. I will present some parts of those today, but basically there are two reports here. So the first one is the profiles, the role profiles document, in which we identify 12 profiles. Later on, I will explain specificities of those. And then there is a user manual document in which you may find aspects related to, for example, the principles and general guidance aspects for the application of the framework. Next, please. So in terms of principles, we wanted to be, and I should highlight here the word common, because of course, when talking about cybersecurity skills at EU level, of course, for us was challenging, but at the same time easy to come up with some pan-European approach. But we understand that when it comes to application of the framework in a specific context, territorial, socioeconomic, member states level, of course, the picture may be different. So for that reason, we wanted to go towards simplicity, for example, and also to propose a framework in a flexible manner that could be adapted to the specific needs. Open, impartial, scalable. So these are principles that you can find in the user manual. Next. And then I would introduce you to the profiles. Could you go please to the next? These profiles, as I mentioned at the beginning, are 12 profiles. Here you have the general picture of those profiles. So you may be familiar with some of them. There may be others or specific parts of profiles that perhaps are not showcased here. But again, I insist in the word common because the idea was to, in a way, create a baseline of profiles that could eventually be scalable and adapted to specific needs. So we have, for example, cybersecurity architects, educators, researchers, CISO, cyber incident respondent, threat intelligence specialists, and so on. So, of course, these profiles are well detailed in the framework, and then you can have details. Next, please. In the next slide, this is an example. I will not go through, of course, all the 12 profiles. Otherwise, we will need to be here till tomorrow. But just this one to illustrate you specificities of it. So, for example, this CISO profile We identify the specific mission of managing the organization's cybersecurity strategy and its implementation to ensure that digital systems, services, and assets are adequately secure and protected. Elements related to this profile are framed within a cybersecurity strategy and policy. Some of the profiles, for example, CISO, entail some kind of managerial or executive role sometimes, whereas other profiles would be placed more, let's say, on operative and technical aspects. Next, please. And here is an extract of the document, the report, in which for each one of the profiles we have identified these 9 components: the profile title, alternative titles, because in some cases the profile could be named differently, a summary statement, basically, what is the main aspects identifying this profile, the mission, or deliverables, or those areas in which this profile, specific profile, is expected to deliver. Tasks, skills, knowledge, and e-competences identified. So you have this information, these tables actually for each one of the profiles. Next, please. And basically, some may think that this specific framework is for one particular target audience, and in reality, we want to contribute to different works carried out, for example, by organizations at the time of hiring or wanting to hire or promote the skills in the organizations. Scaling for learning providers at the time, for example, at integrating new aspects of profiles or combining profiles. Individuals also, because they may see this framework as inspiring element to drive their careers path, their learning paths as well. Policymakers at the time of what to do with these profiles and how to support their development, and communities of professionals and associations related to certification processes and things like that. So up to here, next please, I have showcased the framework in general. Now let's go to some specific benefits we have identified of this framework. So in terms of organizations, this slide illustrates some of them. So it may be useful to develop cybersecurity strategies, organization structure, and HR planning. Also to improve recruitment offers based on specific information of the profiles, identify and assess candidates, perform cybersecurity roles, skills gap analysis, defining development and training plans, and so on. Next, please. We have also identified specific benefits for learning providers, as for example, at the time of designing learning programs, things happening specifically within each one of the institutions, but also related to collaborations with other institutions. So the idea is that, this framework contributes to establish that kind of common dialogue between institutions to share, exchange, and learn from each other. Assessment and recognition processes of learning paths and career orientation to students, for example. Professional level as well, the same more from an individual point of view. As I was telling before, the idea is that individuals can look at these documents, see what I see, where I see myself in the future is working, I don't know, as a penetrator tester or as a CISO. So I identify specific elements of the skills, the knowledge, the competences, and the idea is to contribute also to that, to provide that information to individuals at the time of designing their career and training goals. by illustrating cybersecurity work requirements and paths. Next, please. And also elements related to policymakers and legal stakeholders. Of course, there is an element of understanding the cybersecurity field, even from public administration. Sometimes there are lack of understanding of, let's say, the whole component of profiles. So with that spirit, we aim at contributing to reduce those gaps and providing elements also for planning cybersecurity capacity building activities or mapping of multiple cybersecurity initiatives related to supporting activity on cyber skills. Next, please. And now, finally, this is the final part. I'm going to finish with 3 specific examples of applications of the framework. Next. So this is the first one. So the scenario is very straightforward. Imagine that owners of a cloud service company are actually using the cybersecurity skills framework, and they have identified 5 roles to support cybersecurity activity in the enterprise. Here we illustrate 1 CISO, 1 cybersecurity legal officers, 1 cybersecurity architect, 1 implementer, and I cannot see the other. And sorry, 3 implementer and the other one. I don't see it because of the picture. So next, please, next slide. And basically, with this slide, we want to illustrate that there are several outcomes out of this usage of this application of the framework. For example, the first 3 components and in identifying actually training needs based on the identification of these 3 profiles. Perhaps these 3 profiles may be available within the company. So what you just need to do is to train or to provide skills to those people, and so that you have actually a strong component of the competences required for exercising the task. The second part is actually related to needs at the time of recruiting personnel. So if the company sees that nobody is available or there is a persistent lack of skills in available personnel, perhaps they may want to opt for hiring an external person, so that the framework can contribute, for example, to create or provide elements to actually create the profile and the job description, contributing to HR people. And then some elements related to external collaboration, which is the last one, that, for example, could be a profile that in some occasions there is no specific need to have that in-house service, but you may just want to externalize that because of several reasons: economic, practicity, sensitiveness, whatever. So you may want to establish collaboration with external experts. And these are 3 specific applications of that. Next, please. So I think this is the second example. Here, the scenario is an insurance company, let's say, that is expanding actually cybersecurity, adding cybersecurity to the compliance department, and they have identified the need to recruit a cyber compliance officer. So that people in HR initiates a consultation process with people and managers in the company to identify specific needs. Next, please. And these are the tasks that actually have been identified in that consultation. So, for example, these are cyber compliance officer needs to provide legal advice on data privacy and protection, identify document gaps, develop audit plans, collect evidence, and reporting, for example. Okay, so next, please. And after that, here's an interesting element of the application, because actually by consulting the document, the cybersecurity skills framework, they realized that actually there are two profiles that could, in a way, or integrate a specific task of that identified profile. So, as I was mentioning in the principles slide, there is no concern at the time of using. It's quite flexible, so users of the framework can actually pick up pieces or components of profiles and confectionate specific profiles according to the needs. So here is an example. Next one. And finally, as a result, by using the framework, there's been this elaboration of the profile on cyber compliance officer, specifically according to the needs of the enterprise, and HR could successfully draft the vacancy description. Next one, this is the third example. It's a little bit more focused on individuals at the time of analyzing, investigating what I want. Should I do in the future if I want to embark in cybersecurity sector, or if I just want to scale up my skills? So here we have two colleagues looking around about these profiles, so the framework can be useful for that. Next, please. And of course, the components I was describing in for the profiles provide that information that should be in a way considered from the workplace perspective in terms of mission deliverables and tasks. So elements related to what actually the organization does, and in a way for individuals as well, useful information on the skills, knowledge, and competences that actually they may need for being considered as a profile to work on that cybersecurity task. Next, please. And this analysis, this kind of reflection actually leads to identify your milestones, to configure your needs and accordingly to act. By the way, in brackets now, I say that apart from the framework, we also have a registry. ENISA has developed a registry of vocational education and training and educational institutions providing master's degrees for cybersecurity. So this is a register with, I think, 600 entries now, and there is, for example, that possibility that one individual analyzing what are their needs, then he also can use that registry at the time of deciding what to study, how to study, which institution to study, and finally to improve curriculum. Next one, please. And so that, we come up with several learning programs according to the needs of the individuals, according to specific expectations to work on the cybersecurity domain. And we, with the framework, we aim at providing or contributing to clarify, actually, to give light on those elements for people as well. So this is my final slide. I hope is being clear. Of course, you have many information, detailed information in the documents. I would just want to conclude by saying that this has been an important task of ENISA. It's not an ending product. This is a process, and this is just a part of the process because the framework is, let's say, the baseline for creating a common language. But of course, we will need to work with people in member states, with authorities, with stakeholders. We need to identify specific cases to test actually the framework, and we target actually a real implementation of the framework across member states in the future. So thanks for your time. And now I'm at your disposal in case you have questions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Javier. So with this, we start the second part of our panel or cybersecurity slot. I would like to invite our three great panelists. All three are Concordians. Felicia from EIT Digital, Iro from Trust IT, and Jakob from Maastricht University. Welcome. And Javier will stay with us, also online. I think we can sit here. So I guess before we start, let's have a quick, 1-2 minutes formal introduction to ourselves, so people know who we are and why you are here today. So I start myself. My name is Shahid. I'm the director of cybersecurity unit at RISE, Research Institutes of Sweden. RISE is a state-owned company. We are 3,000 people working on different aspects. I'm also the founder of RISE Cyber Range, which is the largest cybersecurity test and demo arena in Stockholm. And also RISE is part of NCC, National NCC, where we have the responsibility to take care of the community building. And last but not least, which is very relevant for this panel, is we are now starting something called Cyber Campus in Sweden. Hopefully we'll get some time to discuss this. So I'm very much looking forward to this discussion, and indeed cybersecurity skills is, I think, one of the main gaps we have in Europe when it comes to cybersecurity, innovations and other things, so we need people. We start with Felicia.
Yes, hello, I'm Felicia Cutaș.
You need to hold unless.
I'm Felicia Cutaș from EIT Digital, based in Brussels, and as part of Concordia, I was leading the work on the education task, doing some great work with the colleagues here. I will enter in details a bit later.
Thank you, Felicia. Jakob?
Hi, I'm Jakub from Maastricht University. I'm the person behind Kaipo Cyber Range platform, which we released in Concordia as the first cyber range, open source cyber range in Europe, hopefully. I still think it's also in the world, but let's not be cocky. And yeah, in our task, we work on cyber ranges. We're working on exchanging the content between the cyber ranges. And from my work at Maastricht University, I'm also behind cybersecurity exercises for like energy industry, banks, and so on. So a lot of cool stuff, I guess.
Thank you, Jakob. And we go to Iro.
Okay, hello, good afternoon to everybody. I'm Iro Hatzopoulou. I am a senior consultant with TIF Trust IT here in Germany. In Concordia, I'm leading the certification and standardization tasks. They're very, very exciting to all people, standardization and certification task. And hopefully we will give you some inputs here about certification also in the area of skills.
Perfect, thank you very much. And we'll try to make this panel a bit interactive as well. Not now, but you will get a chance to ask questions. So please try to think of some nice, difficult questions for these panelists. So, but Javier is with us for first hour only. So I'll start with a obvious question for Javier first, and then we go to our own panelists. So Javier, you had a very nice, clear and concise presentation of the framework. Of course, the next obvious question is, what's next? In the ANISA's horizon when it comes to education and skills development.
Yes, thanks for the question. Yeah, as I was telling at the end, the idea is to continue this process of collaboration with people. We have last year and previous year established an ad hoc cooperation group with experts on the domain of cyber skills. Now we are going to renew that expert group because we, of course, for us it's very important to receive inputs of experts community. But next year, I would say this is going to be the year of testing the framework. So testing is the key word. That means that we are going to co-work even more harder with the stakeholders in member states. We need to actually identify specific gaps when it comes to specific applications of the framework in different contexts, sectorial, territorial, with specific audiences. And we need also to identify specific strategies of collaboration with different types of stakeholders, because of course it's not the same working with educational institutions than working, for example, with entrepreneurial associations. So we need to actually entail a dialogue process with them, all with the interest of testing the framework. And hopefully, not next year, but the next one, we will be heading towards a massive implementation by establishing specific dialogues with people in European institutions, European Commission, agencies, and so on, bringing the experience actually of this testing process and being ready for deploying the framework at EU level. So that is basically in a nutshell what are our expectations.
Thank you, Javier. Indeed, ambitious goals, and we are really looking forward to this. Before we go into some of the results that Concordia has produced around cybersecurity education, I think I have a more linking question with what Javier explained and with Iru's work on certification. So how do you see the relationship between these role profiles and ECSF and the certification work that we have been doing?
Great, that's a great question, thank you. So I'll give you a little bit of background to connect a little bit where we are and where we started as a Concordia project, and actually to connect also these different words that you used. So let's go back a little bit in time. We had the beautiful pictures that Gabi showed us. So 3 years ago when we started, and we started the task that had to do with education and training, we had the problem, we had the ambition to create a way that we could assess the knowledge and skills of individuals. So we said, what are we going to do that? And we decided we are going to create a certification scheme. So all of us know what a certification scheme is, right? Right? Right, okay. So a certification scheme is you prescribe a way that you are going to test the knowledge and the skills of a person, okay? So we wanted to do that in the area of certification and certification skills. So in order to do that, to create the certification skill and find a way that you could test the skills and knowledge, we had to first know what the skills and knowledge of a person should be for a specific role. So that means that we had to have role profiles. So we identified, like 3 years ago, that there are a lot of role profiles, but none of them were acknowledged and recognized within the European market. So we had a description of one role, for example, the CISO, which is a very well-known role. We had it from a description from national authorities. We had it from international certification bodies. We had it from training organizations. We had it from multiple different areas, but we didn't have one shared. So our problem when we were thinking about creating a certification scheme was actually which knowledge and which skills should we examine, because we had these different inputs. So the problem that we had in creating the certification scheme actually came to become a problem with having a role profile. And it actually comes back to the problem that we don't have, and we didn't at the time have a shared common language as the ECSF. So this actually brings it all together and connects it to the previous presentation. As Javier said, that one of the main goals of the ECSF is that it provides a common language, and it allows everybody in the industry from their role to actually produce something that is valuable, common, recognizable within the European Union. So when we started as Concordia and we created the role profile, we knew that we had a common base for the cybersecurity consultant. And when we created that, we knew that we could create a certification scheme and everybody would know what kind of knowledge and skills would be tested and evaluated through the certification and what each certificate represents. So this is the connection.
Yeah, thank you very much. Javier, you want to reflect on something, or all good for you?
All good here. I prefer to listen to the other colleagues so that.
Okay, very good. So we go to our more technical experts. So when you teach someone, usually, or when we learn, for example, there are different ways. So you read a blog, it gives you maybe 5% learning that you remember after 2 days, or you learn from PowerPoints, slides, that's also learning. But the third level is when you really go and do some hands-on, what we call training and exercises. And that's what we have been doing and producing through the Kuiper Cyber Range, and Masaryk University was leading this. So my obvious question to them is, how do you see the traditional methods versus the new methods, that new ways of skills development and education? Please enlighten us with some of the work you have been doing.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Of course, the traditional methods are great. As you said, you can sit somewhere in a meeting room or in a class, but it's a bit weird for me to say because I'm from university, but I don't believe you can learn actually cybersecurity sitting somewhere in the class, because that's not a good idea how to do that. We have massive online courses and so on. That's great, I think. But as you said, the most important part actually especially for the cybersecurity, I believe it's hands-on. Whatever you learn, and you need to test it. And then it's it can be in CyberRange, it can be something else. If you want to practice some decision-making process or so, you can run, I don't know, a tabletop exercise for the executives, for CISO, and so on. You just pass some question around the table, some papers, you'll see how they react to a hypothetical scenario. Actually, it's always a good idea to base the hypothetical scenario on something real life. For example, with our exercises, we are trying to learn from real life. So the latest version of the exercise is based on what happened actually during early spring, during the attack on Ukraine, the whole advanced persistent threats and so we want to present this, let's say, what we learned in the exercise. But yeah, and there are also other things, these things we can do in CyberRange itself. We can do also something, let's say, a bit easier, just to build the skills to learn. We can do something like CTF game, CTF scenarios. You basically don't need the whole CyberRange there. You can have just, let's say, some Docker containers and so something very easy, and then you can also go a long way there. So yeah, I think that's it.
Very good. When you do these kind of exercises, do you need to collaborate with different actors around, university joining some company, for example, CTFs or tabletop exercises for cyber?
When we run the exercises, we actually, in the past, we collaborated with the national authority in Czech Republic, and those were actually exercises which were run for government. So we worked with them. We try to, if we go for something more technical, we always try to collaborate with industry. So if we want to do something, for example, for energy sector, we try to reach to, I don't know, Siemens or so on, and talk about how it works actually in real life. And so it's extremely complex, and we're not able to have the all knowledge by ourselves. So
yep, it makes complete sense. I also heard that in Czech Republic you have now European Digital Innovation Hub on cybersecurity as well, I guess, where MUNI is, or your university is part of. So that might provide a platform for next 4 or 5 years to continue what you have been doing in Concordia in a practical setup and going to the actual target audience. So very good. Now we go to a person who is behind Concordia cybersecurity ecosystem and everything you hear about. So Felicia was leading this task for all these years, and we would like to hear from Felicia in a bit more detail, what have you done so far with the cybersecurity ecosystem building?
Yeah. Well, we'll like to think that we did a lot. I think it's safe to say that cybersecurity is still a new kid on the block of sciences. There is a community out there, but we still need to work into building a larger one. And we try to play our role in this picture. So the task I was leading on education and building an education ecosystem for cybersecurity was addressed mainly to cybersecurity professionals. Because we speak about skills, but the skills are staying with individuals, they are not staying with the companies or to the universities. So we address individuals directly, the professionals one at this level, and indirectly the companies and the course providers. So what we planned at the beginning was to first have a look on what is the offer on the market for these professionals, and then try to identify some needs not covered on the market, and brought together some clever people like Eero and Jacob and other partners who are here in the room, not with us on the stage, unfortunately, because we have one more chair only. And yeah, well, we put together a program to help more professionals build some skills and also test the skills. But before doing that, we thought that we need to define a model which is relevant to the industry. So basically, after we checked a bit the market in terms of existing courses and the topics they are covering, and we assessed a bit the models they are following when delivering and building actually the content and delivering it. We thought that it's important to propose a methodology for developing courses for cybersecurity professionals by bringing industry from the beginning of the process. So based on this methodology, we then moved into testing it and piloting it by creating a course for the cybersecurity consultant role profile we identified as interesting and important for the European market. And we attached to this course certification exam to test, as Eero was saying, it's important to test that the people attending a course really acquire the knowledge we try to cover in this course, and they develop the right skills we thought that the cybersecurity consultant should have. This is actually in a nutshell what we did under the task, but if you want I can continue.
No, we can come back to you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much for now. As I said before, Javier is with us for first hour only. Before I go and ask something more to Javier, maybe I should open the floor to you guys. If you have any question, anything jumping in your mind, no question is a bad question, that you want to ask us, I would be very happy. Usually this doesn't happen when you ask a question, no one says anything, But, this is your own team, so if you have anything, don't hesitate. Just at any time, raise your hand and we can be a bit more engaged. I think cybersecurity education is really a need of the day for EU. We, especially in Sweden, we are investing a lot of money in cybersecurity, but there are no people to work on. There is a cybersecurity center, okay, this many billions, but there are no people, so who will use those billions? So it's extremely important that the education match with the investment. So it's not just, investing on some research and innovation activities, but also the skill development or new education. So it's an important problem, and it's a problem for everyone, I guess, in Europe and in more or less every country. Javier, I have one question that when you were presenting profiles, it came in my mind. We were discussing different profiles. So one profile that we kind of miss, I hope I'll put it in an easy way, in a company is that you have technical people, you have policy people, but if it's a cybersecurity company, you need someone who can translate the research results into products that are understandable to market. So some sort of guy having an MBA, plus cybersecurity is usually needed, such that the results shouldn't end up in the valley of death. So if I need this guy in my company, I build this nice cybersecurity. I have 10 researchers. They have great ideas. I have some people who can implement this, but the last mile, how can I sell this to someone? I think a traditional MBA with blah, blah would not work. I need a bit more cyber skills as well. Where do you put this role in out of these 9 roles?
This is an interesting question. Actually, we in a way, we address, perhaps some of the colleagues here were attending also the conference we had in Athens. And yeah, just coming back to that occasion, because we had an interesting discussion that addressed similar questions. And of course, when it comes to the cybersecurity sector, there is that tendency, and perhaps also in practice, there is a lot of technicalities and people, let's say, working on technical domains that require specific technical skills. But at the same time, profiles could address some elements related to management, related to organizational aspects, even management of people that are competent on specific technical skills. Perhaps there is no specific profile in this common framework addressing that as a whole. Perhaps you have to pick up some components of several profiles. But in my opinion, I think this kind of specificities, finding a profile with this kind of specificities in the labor market is not an easy task. So people, for example, interested in combining different competences from technical, managerial, organizational aspects, perhaps they can configure a strong profiles and curriculums that will be definitely required in the cyber security sector. And of course, this also is related to the specificities of the sector you are working on. Because of course, it's not the same cyber skills, technical, managerial in the, let's say, postal sector or water supply sector, So this kind of elements apply also with some specific technical knowledge on specific domains. And this is actually in relation to what we want to test next year. So by the way, the comment is actually for those of you that will continue working on this, please collaborate with us, because we will, and this is also a transversal comment raised for the 3 colleagues in the panel, that we need to collaborate in different collaboration frameworks. And for that, ENISA is also available and happy to establish those connections.
Perfect, thank you. Eero, you want to comment on this, or you were just, or
we have a question from
okay, yes, please, CaixaBank.
Hi, it's Ramon from CaixaBank. Yeah, actually, just commenting to what you have said, and from the perspective of an industrial partner, I think that if we, what I expect from that framework is that you analyze the cybersecurity skills. But if we are mixing that with other kind of skills from management skills and innovation skills, we will lose the focus on the framework, from my opinion. And I think that it should be focused on the cybersecurity skills. When you are recruiting, actually, and when you are recruiting for a specific position, for what you said, or my position, security innovation, I know that I have to have skills from innovation, from management, and also cybersecurity, because I have to know the technical part. But I don't expect that the framework encompass or covers all that part, also integrating the part of innovation. And I think that if we try to focus on all those specificities, we will lose the focus on what is needed in the framework, that is analyzing the cybersecurity skills that could be needed in the industry. So that's my point.
Okay, valid point, saying that a cybersecurity innovator or cybersecurity sales officer is not needed as a separate skill set. No, but yeah, when we were trying to see who would, convert our idea into saleable, product, and they know market quite well, we didn't find anyone. So this was kind of discussion early on as well, that who will do the last mile before we are in technology readiness level 8. Who will go 9? And so on. So you said that you have a very similar role that I'm looking for. In CaixaBank. So that's what I
can apply for you. No, but no, I'm good in Barcelona. Thank you. But as what I mean is that the cybersecurity framework should be an additional tool that the enterprise can use in order to analyze it, but not the only tool for recruiting. And for sure, right now, you are analyzing the people that are applying for their skills. And the part of cybersecurity, you will have the framework for analyzing it. But for sure, you will see additional skills that will be needed for the positions will be that. So that will be, I think, my approach. At least I'm not the recruiter, but that is what I would apply.
Okay, thank you. You hold my, you want to say something, or no? You're just trying to hold the mic? No, okay. Again, Javier, we have 10 more minutes. So maybe I have one more question for you, Javier, before you leave, and we continue the panel here. You also have a role in ENISA as a policy officer. So in addition to your role as a ECSF, what policy related activities are being carried out in ENISA? So I'd like to take this opportunity to, see a bit more from ENISA and their policy development work. Stage is yours.
Thanks. Yes, actually, a big part of my activities at ENISA related to the monitoring and observation function of cybersecurity policies at EU level. This is because the Cybersecurity Act, which is the piece of legislation giving the mandate, the permanent mandate to ENISA, establishing its Article 5, the tasks related to this policy development aspect. So we normally co-work with the colleagues of DG Connect in the Commission, helping actually to contribute to EU policy development processes in development and implementation phase. So development, for example, in aspects related to emerging policy files or pieces of legislation. Now, recently, you must have heard about the Cyber Resilience Act. So, for example, we've been contributing with impact assessment aspects or consultations, elements that, in a way, give more light on the requirements, the needs for legislation on those domains. We also contribute, for example, in DORA, which is related to financial aspects and cybersecurity. And as part of that activity, we are setting now the so-called Cybersecurity Policy Observatory. Within this CSPO, actually the idea is to promote a better observation aspect of policies at EU level, but also in collaboration with member states stakeholders. So now I can in a way pre-confirm that there is still a lot of work to do, but we are going to have a conference on the 26th of January in Brussels. It will be the first conference of the Cybersecurity Policy Observatory. And we expect to have these related discussions on ways to improve policies from collaboration, how to better monitor and inform EU policymaking process. And finally, in a connection also, because everything, of course, should be related, or we should look for synergies. We have also activity related to sectorial aspects in line with the NIS strategy. So, for example, one of the strategic sectors is the maritime sector. And I also connect the comment of the colleague previously that, of course, the framework shouldn't be addressing elements that are not related to cybersecurity. I agree with that. Because for skills, there are several frameworks at EU level. But still, when it comes to those synergies, for example, coming back to maritime sector, colleagues in DG Maritime, the Commission, they are for example, promoting the so-called Blue Economy Skills Initiative. And of course, in that specific framework, when it comes to cybersecurity, perhaps there should be complementarities. So you can see that at the beginning, I was presenting the framework in a very general context, but then there are some specific applications of it at several levels. And I think it's worth to think about these specific synergies, of course, without losing sight of the core activity here, which is cybersecurity. So that's it, a little bit, the other things I'm doing. And I take advantage to thank you all for your time. Unfortunately, as you say, I have to go for another meeting. And I'm here available, Anissa, my colleagues, and myself for working in cyber skills framework. So hopefully we can have additional collaboration in the months, years to come.
Thank you very much, Javier, and thank you for valuable insights. And I learned a lot, honestly, around these things in a more, concise and short way. With this, I would like to thank you and ask our audience to thank you with, being us today. And thank you very much. We continue our panel with our own Concordian panelists and dig a bit. Oh, so there's a question for, maybe Javier, you have 3 more minutes with us, but yes.
Yes, thank you. So I would like to continue what Ramon just said. My name is Aljoša Pašić from Atos. So we are from industry. We cannot really wait for a certification and these things. We are launching, for example, now in November, we are launching a program called Cybersecurity Dive, which is, you can see on the webpage, which is a kind of program with 100 days for graduates to learn about cybersecurity for 3 different careers in SOC, operator, forensic, and also consultant. What I'm trying to say that in industry, the skills shortage is so big that we are launching our own programs and our own frameworks. We are not waiting for ENISA but in the future, the value, we can see value that if this is comparable, if there is a benchmarking, if there is a certification, and we can compare, because there are a lot of students coming from schools or universities which are unknown, and we never heard of them, and we don't know if these certificates that they bring have any value. There are, of course, universities which are well recognized, and students which come with reputation and etc. But it's really a mess, and this is also why industry is launching these programs like Security Dive. Again, I invite you to look at these 3 roles and a program that is in 100 days, it's making specialist professionals, I hope so at least, that we need. It will be more than 100 students in Paris following this program.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, RISE is also a certification body, and it's not either and or, it's both. It's not we are saying that industry shouldn't do anything and wait for the certification and then do something. Of course, we are teaching on all levels, and you are more focused on lifelong learning. And when there's lifelong learning, students want some sort of recognition that typically universities don't give. They don't give degrees when you do a formal education. But I agree. I mean, there are lots of industrial programs who are also working on cybersecurity and will continue. Thank you for this. And thank you, Javier, again, for being with us if you are still on this screen, but not on this screen. So I think he's gone, but he's stuck on that screen. Okay, thank you. We jump a bit, not too deep, but some deep on the results from Concordia over these 3.5 years. And I will start with Eero and ask, what is the added value that Concordia brings in when it comes to cybersecurity skills and certification?
It's so many.
Yeah,
please
go ahead.
Start. So we have time, right? Hours and hours. But first of all, more like this? Okay. First of all, I want to start a little bit with the problem and continue with what my colleagues already said. So first of all, I want to ask from the audience, can you raise your hand if you have a cybersecurity professional certification? Anyone that has a certification, just raise your hands. Don't be shy, I know you have them. So that's roughly saying, like, let's say that we are, I don't know, 50 people in the room, about half of you raise your hands. Now I have a difficult question. So how many people from you that raise your hands actually did a practical test to prove, thank you, Nicholas, to prove that you have this knowledge and skills, a practical test within your certification exam?
Define practical tests.
Great, thank you very much. I was expecting that. You know, we keep talking about role profiles having skills and knowledge. So knowledge is the things that you know, that you have learned, and skills is actually having the ability to take the knowledge that you have learned and practice them. So when it comes to practical testing, it means that I create some kind of an environment, and it can be any environment, where you can practically test that you have the ability to exercise your knowledge. So it's not just about knowing the definition of an incident and what an incident response team should do, but actually being able to do that when you identify that you have an incident. It's not just about knowing that firewall rules exist, but actually implementing them practically, or doing using tools like Nmap or any other. I'm not doing any advertising here, sorry for the names, but taking the tools and actually doing this in practice. So hopefully I have explained a little bit what practical testing means, but now let me see a raise of hands for all of you that have a certification that you actually participated in a practical test within the certification.
Can I ask a different question?
Yes.
Go ahead.
At our university, we do a master in cybersecurity, but the teachers themselves don't have a certification of cybersecurity because that didn't exist at the time. So do we qualify, or should we somewhere try to get a certificate, and where?
The thing is that, and I like that question also, it's a little bit tricky, but I like it because it allows me to say that certification and training are not linked in the way that we think. Just because you don't follow a specification training or a specific course doesn't mean you don't have the knowledge and skills. What certification actually does is that it assesses that you actually have them to a degree that is predefined within a certification scheme. So it doesn't matter if when I took the course there was no relevant certification or there was no cybersecurity academic degree. What it matters is that somehow I I learned, I read, I experimented a lot, and I have these skills and knowledge, and I can test them through a certification scheme. Does this help in your question?
More questions. Very interesting panel. Yes.
Yeah, you're talking about certification, right? And what I hear is sort of like constructive alignment. What you learn on the learning environment that you should be able to be tested on. But you're talking about certification, but what about university courses? Because in my opinion, I teach a course where what you're asking for is what do I test in the students in. They get the environment that they've been playing with in the whole semester, and they get tested in the exam. That's practical tests.
So when we talk about certification, usually we connect it to professional training, usually. So we are beyond the academic sphere. But the principle is the same. It's actually the same for anything. We have, and actually what Javier showed you at some point, it showed you the EQF, which is the framework that connects learning objectives to assessment. So it doesn't matter if we call it certification or we just call it assessment within an academic degree. What matters is that we have A in one hand, which is what we should have, and B in the other hand is what a person shows that they have, and they should be equal and aligned. So I totally agree. It's just that we use certification in the professional area here and in professional education, but the concept is the same. But even if the concept, even if we talk in professional education or academic degrees, we still have the problem that we're missing, what should a professional have in knowledge and skills in order to perform a task effectively? Because this is what the role profile is all about. What they should have, what they should know to do this role effectively. And if they have this knowledge and skills through an academic degree, then that is fine with me. That is perfectly fine. Yes. Ivana. Thank you.
I totally agree with you. But the thing is, once we define what skills that they should learn, then the most important thing, again, is what you were pointing out, which is the assessment part. That's what you were asking about, those that have taken certificate, if they've been assessed in a practical manner, because if the learning outcome says that they should have these skills and they should be able to do this, like configure firewalls or do an intrusion detection or do an Nmap, then they should be able to perform that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct. And that is actually the point in finding out assessment methodologies that would allow us to test. And this was the aim of my question. So although we skipped a little bit forward from the question, what I was trying to get at is that a lot of us may have a professional certificate, or a lot of us may have an academic degree, but maybe, judging from me that I graduated a long time ago, we don't have, we never participated in actually proving to ourselves, first of all, and to others, that we actually possess this knowledge and skills. And this is one of the contributions of Concordia to get to the answer. Sorry, guys. So what we really did is that we took this point and we tried to analyze it and split it up in little bits and little parts. And we saw that we should definitely define what assessment means on cybersecurity skills. And we should definitely define that it's not enough to test theoretical knowledge. Like, okay, it's okay that you know the definition and it's a prerequisite that you know the definition. But it's already really important that we connect it to being able to actually practice it, to make it useful also for your future steps and the organization that's going to hire you. So what we did is that we defined a framework, so a skill certification framework, where it says that for cybersecurity skills, you should definitely test theoretical knowledge and test and evaluate and assess practical skills. And it's really great that we collaborated with the team and Jakob here and Kaipo, and we were able to pilot it and get all these recommendations and put them in this framework. And hopefully we can pass it over as Concordia finishes to other projects so that they don't start from scratch, and they know that every time they create a certification scheme for skills, for cybersecurity skills, they need to follow these guidelines and have theoretical and practical assessment within the context. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, a good discussion, and I think no one denies that. I mean, the old school education, whether it's on the university level or in a professional certification, without some sort of hands-on, it's just some text you remember for a couple of days or weeks, and they'll disappear. But I must say that 5-6 months professional certification is nowhere near a 2 years university professional degree, where you analytically develop a lot. But of course, universities should, if their cybersecurity course is just CIA and all the text, and professional education gives you very practical work, then there is something wrong with our educational system in universities, especially when it comes to cybersecurity. But I know, at least in Sweden, Norway, Scandinavia, there we are a bit more involved. There are fancy tools being deployed in universities for practical courses. I mean, there are information security culture courses as well, and that's on a different level. But if it's a practical course, there are practical exercises. And speaking of practical exercises, cybersecurity or cyber soldiers is more like military soldiers. In a way that when you train someone in the military, you have something called shooting range, where you go, give a gun in the hand. It's a battlefield. It's some sort of knowledge and skills you develop before, and you have an armor, and you go and train yourself. In the same way, when you try to train someone in the cyber world, we have a concept or platform called cyber ranges, and Concordia during all these years have been building this, and we have the very first open source cyber range, which thanks to Kaipo it was developed. So indeed, my next question and this discussion will go to Kaipo and say, what does this cyber range really brings in? Or maybe a couple of sentences on what is a cyber range, so for the people who are not in the area know a bit more, and how can we leverage on cyber ranges for skills development?
Yeah, I mean, let's start with one thing actually, as cyber ranges are pretty awesome for training, especially the hands-on part, but just please let's not see them as a silver bullet solution, because there are some parts where you cannot actually do there, and if you have only hammer, and then everything looks like a nail, so let's not do this. But the cyber range, from my point of view, it's great for really creating huge environments. Tens and tens of computers, you can put networks together, segmentation and so on. You can create like a semi-realistic environment. You can mirror something from any organization, company. I'm saying semi-realistic because we learned actually that making a realistic 100% copy of the environment is kind of not financially feasible, especially, and also the people kind of don't care if the environment is super realistic or just like 80% realistic when you launch the full-scale attack on them. So you can definitely build very realistic environment. That's great for the trainees, and what is great for you as someone who is providing the training, you can, especially with the new cyber ranges and so on, everything is somehow scripted, so it can be built in the same way again and again. The repeatability and this all is cutting costs really greatly. So you don't have to prepare your lab every week. You just hit a button and it spins up from the cloud or so on. So that's the perfect thing. Also, you can, because usually you have cyber ranges as a virtual environment, then you can actually play with real tools because they don't let you, for some reason, to play with real tools and launch real attacks in live infrastructures. I don't know why, but yeah, they don't want to let you do that. So you can do anything there. If you break it, you can just build it. You can build it again. What is good also, or what is great from the CyberRange perspective, or what we shouldn't be afraid to put there, is let's not do the training or especially the exercises just about the, let's say, hardcore technical stuff. Let's not do just the hardening and so on. Like, we can also include, or what we do a lot is you put a communication, because you have team of defenders, so you force them to communicate, you try to force them to collaborate under pressure and so on. And I think the last thing, but this is more specific for Kaipo CyberRange and so on, because we decided to make everything open, we want to have also all the content as open as possible. So basically any institution, university can download the scenario or the building block, you can exchange it and so on. That we basically use the same tools you use for setting up the real infrastructure, we're using it for creating the, let's say, the virtual infrastructure. So that's also, I think, very strong point.
Thank you. I mean, yes, Aiko. Okay, the mic is closer, Aiko, so we just go there first.
I would like to thank the group that are actually developing Kaipo. I've looked at it. You're doing a great job giving us platforms to train our students. I think I've gotten in touch with you once. The only thing that I hope, because there's a bit of a scalability issue since you're using OpenStack as on the virtualization platform and running virtual machines and so on, which means that if you have a large class, then you need, like you were saying, the resources that you need. Could you be thinking about implementing, like in containers, just like LXD, not necessarily Docker, but LXD containers and so on?
Yeah, well, actually, that's what I said. It is not always the right tool. I think the let's say, complementary tool was actually developed in another European project in the CyberSec for Europe. There, our colleagues worked on, let's say, very lightweight solution, which is using basically this student's laptop. They play with VirtualBox and so on. Then I think this may be a bit easier. We are thinking about Docker and so on, but we want to actually keep it this way. I mean, we know it's kind of heavy, but we are providing some functionalities which are not available in, I don't know, the CTFD or so. So that's sadly the price. But you can check the tool from the other project.
Thank you, Aiko.
Assume that I'm a teacher at a university and I have to give my first lecture on cybersecurity, and I don't like PowerPoint slides. I want to have something practical for the students. So I see Kaipo, I think, yes, that's it. How much time would it take me to set something up that is somehow useful? And say the group of students is 100 students. How much time and how much money would I need to invest?
Okay.
Maybe clarify the question. You does not mean Aiko, but a security, hands-on guy, new engineer.
The motivation is that I heard this question from other people, not me, and they are exactly struggling with this question. Should I invest my time in something like Kaipo, or does it take too much time and it's not feasible?
I believe it doesn't take so much time now, because we worked on the deployment a lot. From my experience and from experience of my colleagues, because they have to deal with, let's say, questions, and we're trying to, even because we're open source and so we're trying to support the people using it. Actually, the biggest issue often is the OpenStack itself. The Kaipo part, it's kind of easy. There are there are several solutions to this. One is that you can use, let's say, public cloud, public OpenStack cloud, which we tested with, I think, 1 or 2 providers. It should work. Of course, if you believe in yourself, and so you can spin up your own OpenStack cloud. As I said, it should be significantly easier than it was in the past. And again, and the other thing is we can, let's say, fix it up for you. That's more let's say, because we're trying to support Kaipo as such, we have, let's say, more commercialized services where we can set up everything, and we did it for some partners. But I think from university point of view, it's more about you setting up everything by yourself. So if you have like some hardware and so on, I think it should take like few days. Like my colleagues are able to spin it up in like, I don't know, hour or 2, but like that's not the case. So yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Maybe a clarification question also for me. I didn't go. Is it possible to run the Kaipo in cloud fully remotely, or you have to install components locally in your premises?
You can run it fully remotely. Like you can use a public provider, public cloud provider, and then like you are accessing everything through GUI, through your web browser and so on. So you can just try to get some credits in some OpenStack, public OpenStack cloud, and then you can spin it up there.
Okay. Are you planning to run like Kaipo CyberRange as a service in the cloud, and the user side only take care of, material?
We can provide, let's say, very limited service, because like I don't think we don't have enough cloud resources to like, play it big. But every time when someone is interested, we can like set up the test instance, maybe try to do them like a training or 2, and then they will see. But we cannot actually right now support, let's say, Kaipo as a service as such.
Okay, but good ambition. I think, Rice has a really good experience with starting from your question, should we go for CyberRanges or not? So I travel at least 10 countries, looking at 20 CyberRanges platform, and look and then see, because it really depends what's your purpose. For example, Rice, which is a company, we have more professional purpose to train all people who work in industry in Sweden on cybersecurity, have some sort of cybersecurity role. So we ended up sticking to one specific platform for some reasons. But some of the use cases when we were procuring CyberRange, we never thought, For example, we have different courses. So the course that we sold the most, or the most interesting course, is for the board members and CEOs of the company that we actually teach inside CyberRange. They are not getting all this hands-on technical stuff, but they have some high-level hands-on combined with decision-making, and they are so happy, and that's the most expensive course right now, and it just works. And having a platform, though in the beginning has lots of investment money-wise and people resources-wise, but then once you have it, it's actually you can create any perceivable IT setup in the virtual world, and do it for cybersecurity. We are now building something called AI range. So using the same CyberRange concept, but actually testing it for AI algorithms, for adversarial attacks and some other things. So it's I think future lies in CyberRanges, especially when it comes to cybersecurity education. But if you have a use case where, if you teach a specific skill to a student, maybe a single machine virtual box would be enough. But if you really have use case where you have network and you need to connect things together and see the phenomena or results in more, network scenario where you have all sorts of attacks possible, CyberRanges is the way to go. And we have really good experience with the CyberRanges. Yes.
Just maybe one comment actually on this, because we are still talking about CyberRanges as a technology, but from the thing we haven't said that the CyberRange itself is really just a technology, and what we need here to help the skills development, we need the content for it. So it's like, otherwise we have like a fancy tool, but I think that other European projects which are following up, like Revire, for example, They are building also on top of the skills framework, and they're using the cyber range, so they will deliver content like the training for the roles we heard, and that should be hands-on, should be practical, should be also available, I guess, publicly. So,
okay, very good. We have 6 more minutes, and my last question is for Felicia, of course, it's about cybersecurity education, and we have different outcomes and results out of our work within the cybersecurity education. What are your favorites, that you want to highlight at the end of the panel, and what's next, maybe?
What's next? I would say that we should continue collaborating, maybe outside the Concordia project, but we should build on the results we managed to accomplish together. And I was really pleased to hear that, for instance, in the courses you are running for your management, they are very excited, because actually when we started building the course for the cybersecurity consultant profile, we thought that we should not only teach threats and technology-related stuff, but also we should touch on economics of cybersecurity, and this is an important component of our course. And people are getting very, very attracted to this topic, and we see an increase in interest and the number of applications to the course, so it's a sign that we did a good job. So 2 years ago, when we launched the pilot on the course, we started with 20 people, 22. And now we are in the process of running the theoretical part of the course, and we got more than 200 people registered. Not all of them are finishing, though, because it's not an easy course. And we are trying to filter a bit the participants here, because the funnel we have is to bring them through the course, the online course covering some theoretical knowledge, to the hands-on webinar where we put them to work on Kaipo platform, and then we really invite them to apply for the certification exam, the C3 by Concordia certification, and it looks like they are very eager to take this exam. I'm on a daily basis answering to a lot of questions linked to this certification. They are all into taking this certificate, which is a good sign that we are building a name on the certification market there, and they want to have it. And so the course is important, the certification is important. And maybe a comment I want to make on the course, because I really enjoyed working on this process, and I really like to see that we made an impact already on the market, is that 2 days ago I saw a post on LinkedIn. So one of the participants to the course managed to finish the first part, the online module, and got a certificate from Coursera, because we are hosting all these online modules on Coursera, and he posted it on LinkedIn. And the first comment he got was from a company saying, I have a job for you. And I was like, wow. So it looks like what we are doing, it's making a bit of an impact on the market, and it really made my day, that small comment. So this is a thing we want to continue doing it outside the project, and we have a lot of our other projects to do, but yeah, just to point a few, these two.
Excellent. I'm also very happy to see that people are more engaged with our results, and other people are engaged and interested in them, so hiring them. So we have a couple of minutes left. If you have anything jumping in your mind that you want to ask before we finish or end this panel, please raise your hands. And if not, maybe I give 30 seconds to all these panelists if you want to say anything. If don't take all the 2 minutes.
True.
Please go ahead.
It's an illness. I'm trying to treat it, not to speak so much. So I wanted to continue from where Felicia left off, saying that the fact that we have more than 200 people asking about the cybersecurity consultant is actually pretty nice. but it actually shows that there is a market need, and it justifies the way that we started working on this when we did the feasibility analysis to see what does the market need and create a certification scheme and a course for that, not just say that I find it nice, but actually ask the market what they need. And also to take it one step further, it shows also that the ECSF, the European Cybersecurity Skills Framework, is not complete, meaning that there are still roles that are needed, role profiles that are needed within the European market and the world market. The cybersecurity consultant is one of them. And I'm really, really eager to see the work of ENISA and other projects like Require and professionals continue on that path. So it's not that we have the ECSF now, but it's not final, and we should not treat it as final. There are 12 profiles in there, but there should be more. And we should think definitely on the things that were discussed also from Alyosha, that what about transversal skills? How should we connect them to cybersecurity roles, especially for the cases where there is a connection between them and they are important, these skills are important to the role being implemented effectively. So I'm really anxious to see the work being continued. That's it.
Thank you very much, Iro. If you two don't want to add anything, that's way to ask not to add anything. So I think I am really proud that we really ended this panel on time, exact, and I really take this opportunity to thank my panelists as well for this. Please give them a big applause. Thank you.
So if you could make your way back to your seats, please. We're going to start with the next panel. I still have to spare microphone if you want.
Yes.
Perfect.
Hi. Working? I think so. No, not working now.
Okay, so welcome to the panel on challenges and priorities for the cybersecurity industries. We have 4 very interesting panelists here. So maybe I'm starting with this side. We have Marco Casales from Siemens, Anja from Easy Innovations, and Ramon from CaixaBank, and Tan from both Oslo Med and Telenor. So the main idea of this panel is to have a better insight on what challenges there are in the cybersecurity industries and what priorities there are ultimately, and how we can address them in projects like this, as well as in future interactions or future projects that we have in the cybersecurity community in general. So perhaps, Marco, if you would like to start to briefly talk about what you have been doing in Concordia so far and what specific challenges you see for your industry or for industrial communities like this.
Absolutely. Thanks, Cora. Thanks, everybody, for joining this panel. So, as said, I'm Marco Caselli. I've been working with Siemens for the last 6 years, and I'm a senior key expert in attack detection. So I belong to a research department in Siemens. It's called Technology and Cybersecurity and Trust. So we joined Concordia at the beginning of the project, so 4 years ago almost. And so our role within the project was to deal with threat intelligence sharing. So, and this idea developed over time, and this became the development of a threat intelligence platform for Concordia, and really trying to put together all the core contributions in the field of threat intelligence. That said, this is basically now becoming much more concrete. We had the demo. If you didn't see it, please come back to us at the end of the panel. But the idea is that we are putting together this core contributions. As said, threat intelligence sharing, this was the part Siemens did. Then we have the incident clearinghouse from DFNCERT, the way we signal a problem to the Concordia partners and beyond, and then the DDoS clearinghouse, how we deal with denial of services attack. This was SIDN. So this is what we have been doing in Concordia. I mean, Siemens is big, and we have a lot of cybersecurity challenges. So threat intelligence sharing is just one of them. I will briefly mention that one of the key points for us is really looking at the integration between the IT and the OT world. This has become, has been a priority for years, and this is also something that we are looking into in the threat intelligence domain. What comes into place when you have OT threat intelligence, and does this even exist? What it is? These are the problems we're looking at. Thanks.
Well, thank you. Anja, maybe you'd like to continue, please.
Thank you, everyone, for joining today's panel. So, as Cora just mentioned, I'm coming from small-medium enterprise company, Easy Innovation, and we are working mostly on IoT solutions in different areas. Specifically, what we do in Concordia project, we are taking part together with industrial partners and university partners in a health pilot, when we are tackling a little bit on the security issues in this area. Specifically, what we do and what we are focusing on are security issues that are coming in home area and also emergency services. As you know, with aging of society and also what COVID, our favorite word, has showed us in last years, are issues that are coming with moving healthcare systems from the home area, but also on the need on having reliable, secure communication from emergency services to hospitals and similar in real time. This is some of the things we are tackling here, and for us as a small medium enterprise company, of course, it's really beneficial working with big industrial partners, also to get to know what are the other cybersecurity issues in different areas, not just in the health part. And the chance to get in touch actually with universities and research centers and see what's coming, what are the ideas, and what could bring us a benefit in a sense of networking, and also to extend knowledge as well on some issues that are coming and improve in the end cybersecurity in the small medium enterprise company, because as you know, this is a huge issue, and also one of the topics we are addressing in the project are the cybersecurity issues and how to help small medium enterprise companies to treat this.
Thank you. Tan, maybe you would go next. So it's not just always the line.
Sorry. My name is Tan Vando. I'm working for Telenor. And I'm leading the task 2.1, which is the telecom pilot. So we in the telecom sector, we are running the so-called critical infrastructure. So all of the industry are using the communication, that especially for digitization. So you use our mobile network, you use our fixed network. So if we go down, then everyone will go down. So this is really important, and we would like very much to protect ourselves, but we are in the obligation to protect everyone, every customer as well. So in the Concordia project, we in our group we have three operators. One is Telefonica, the second one is Telecom Italia and Telenor. And we have a slightly different focus. For Telecom Italia is about how to make use of indication of compromise, meaning that the way to detect and attack, because there are so many of them, so they would like to make use, to rank them, to filter them, and really to make the use efficient. Because if you have so many information, then it may not be useful. So they make use of machine learning to do the ranking, to the filtering, and also to delete the one that are obsolete. The second focus is about device leak, about privacy. So some application is leaking privacy data, and this is the focus of Telefonica. And in order to prevent that, they make use of federation learning. So it's one of the really not yet mainstream in machine learning, but it's becoming, because it's preserve privacy. So this is the work of Telefonica. While Telenor, we are focusing on 5G, because we believe that 5G will be the backbone of the European, the Western society, and it's going to support everything, and not only mobile phone, but IoT devices. So it's going to be billion of IoT devices, and if they go mad and start to attack the network, then the 5G network will be down. Before proceeding, I would like to stress that basically the mobile network is quite secure, but we don't feel that it's secure enough, because if we are not doing anything, then the enemies will find the vulnerability. So we are working on that, and we are making use of course, of machine learning and AI in order to improve the detection of anomaly or new attack, because there will be zero-day attack, new attack that we never know but it's going to be detected as abnormal situation, and by that we can have experts to have a look on whether it's a true attack or not. So this is the three focus, and we are quite pleased that we met a lot of good results that bring value for the community. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ramon Martín de Pozuelo. Well, thank you, everyone, for attending this panel. And I work in the security innovation in CaixaBank. Okay, CaixaBank is the first institutional financial institution in Spain in terms of the number of clients, but also in terms of innovation. We have received a lot of awards, being the best innovation financial institution in the Western Europe several times. And cybersecurity is a very important part of us, as you may understand, as a financial company. Because at the end, the trust of our clients is the most important for us on the financial services sector. And to keep that trust, the cybersecurity is a key issue. Our work, the work of our team in the cybersecurity department, is to be a radar of any potential innovation that can appear and to be early adopters on those solutions in cybersecurity. And what we have done in Concordia is especially that, not only looking at those solutions, but being part of those solutions and being part of building those solutions. And at the beginning, in the proposal phase, we very focus on the part of threat intelligence. And actually, it's a use case that I have a booth there with a poster and a demo, and I can present you some of the things that we have done about that. What we wanted is to reduce the reluctancy of the financial sector to share data. That is very high. If I go to the, well, it's very high in many senses and many levels of the entity. Not only on the legal departments, that for sure they are reluctant to share data always, but also at some levels in the cybersecurity team, they are also reluctant. And it's something that we want to change internally, but also in the whole ecosystem. Because cybersecurity at the end, sharing data in cybersecurity is very important, is becoming critical at the end in order to have a faster response to any incident and to detect earlier the cyber attacks. But the thing is that in the case, for example, of MISP, that is a platform that is becoming the de facto standard for sharing information in Europe, there is a category already prepared for financial institutions, that it's financial fraud, and it's the one that we focus on. We wanted to automate anonymization or encryption of information in order to provide the features for sharing that data, but also keeping the privacy of that information that could include sensitive client information like IBANs or credit card numbers. That's one of the parts of that we have done in Concordia. We have also worked on other use cases related to reduce the time and provide a secure know your customer process using the digital identity of the client. As you may know, or probably not, but the European Commission is focusing on a new initiative on providing a digital identity wallet in which that will be like your digital identity, like your credit, like your identity card, but digital. And that will be a new means of identity that you can use it to authenticate with several service providers, like for example, a bank or a telco or whatever. In the case of financial entities, that will be mandatory to accept that digital identity in 2024. So that's also a big change that is coming in the new coming years, and it's something to be prepared. And in the cybersecurity department, want to be prepared for that. So that's something that we also work in Concordia. Well, I think that we can continue that discussion.
Sure, thank you. So in terms of industry, I think we have a very wide representation here. And from my side, I also represent the task 2.5 in Concordia, which is related to secure communication for mobile communication systems. And there we also, as research projects usually do, we started with one idea which was really focused on secure communication, on how to have a secure authentication between two vehicles, so how to make sure that you know who you're talking to, which is not only relevant with fixed devices, but in a mobile, for autonomous vehicles, it's very hard. You can't just rely, okay, I have talked to that vehicle or device before. I haven't. Probably a challenge you will also face in the telecom sector. And but we moved on towards more complex cases. For example, how if I have a collaborative action, if I, for example, share traffic data between vehicles, how do I decide whether to trust another vehicle? How do I decide which type of data I'm sharing? How can I decide whether my data will be safe with that entity, whether I can rely on the information I get? And also, how can attacks propagate into such systems? So maybe we can start with our more interactive discussion. We have a wide variety of industries represented here. So maybe, Marco, how do you see the interfaces with other industries? Do you see there's really that the cybersecurity risks are really similar over industries, or do you see that there are very specific challenges that are faced by particular industries, for example?
Well, of course, you're going to have both cases. I mean, standard IT is ubiquitous, meaning that we are going to find it everywhere. And I think this is something that is cross-sectorial. Then every vertical will have its own specificity. And I mean, of course, talking about Siemens, I was already discussing or briefly mentioning the fact that the physical operation, the security you have to put in place when it comes to programmable logic controllers, so all the components that are running our critical infrastructures is of key importance. So again, it's a little bit of both. You have to be prepared in detecting and responding to a threat that is hitting the standard IT, and that's going to be common. You're going to have to be ready to detect something that goes really in depth into your own vertical, and then really requires you to have a specific knowledge about what you're running there. And if you move to the sharing part, I was mentioning as well. So if it comes to threat sharing, you have the same situations, I would say, because you have ways and sharing groups in which you share information about threats that are common and cross-sectorial. And again, I mean, we had this concept in Concordia because we had the pilots, but we had the cross-sectorial pilots. I mean, threat sharing was supposed to be a cross-sectorial pilot, and yet again, the sharing didn't end up there being only cross-sectorial, but we had to think how we are going to share information that are just for a vertical. And then we had to develop, for example, taxonomies that were to be used only within specific vertical. And I mean, I will point to TAM definitely because you guys did a very nice job on the mobile taxonomy that was pushed into MISP. I think that was a perfect example of something that was born as a cross-sectorial idea. We want to share information, but telco needed to share something specific that didn't concern the others.
Yeah, that's true. You know, when we are talking about sharing, there are many issues that it's not just about dumping information. It's about, you know, to share information that are usable for the parties, and when we are in different branch, different vertical, so we may have things that are in common, but we may have things that are completely different and not relevant. So we need taxonomy. We need the way in order to share and not really to dump so useless information, because information needs to be processed, and so we have to find a way, and this is one of the challenges. It's not only about the will to share, but how, you know. So and taxonomy and the MISP is something that we are working on, and this is good. So we are talking about also sharing not only across sector, but about, you know, within one sector. Usually we are competitors, you know? So sometimes it's a problem for Telenor to share with Telefonica. Oh, I don't have any problem with Nicolas, but maybe, you know, my marketing, they don't want, you know. So it's kind of so we need to find the way to share things, and there is something called liability as well. So if I disclose things too early, and it may hurt, you know, and so we really don't know the consequences. So because it's a matter of security, liability, maybe we are talking about million, you know. So this is another challenge. It's not only technically, but it's also a matter of, and also there is a legal aspect. We don't have the right to share information, you know. So this is something that has to be really studied, because so some company, we have example that company that are disclosing that they were attacked, you know, and they disclose the way they were attacked, and they in the way invite people to attack them, so or invite to and teach other to use to attack other company. So this is something that has to be thought carefully. Yeah.
I think you raised a very important point earlier, and it's good that you're going to hand the microphone to Ramon. So it's very interesting. You've been using data and information in alternatively, and I think I would really like to go more into that point, because it's one thing to share. I have I don't know, 15 alerts on that port with an I don't know, buffer overflow. I don't know. That's not very useful information to have. So perhaps you could elaborate a bit more on how you can ensure that you share information and not only data, or vice versa.
Okay, I don't know if I can extend on how can I assure that it's good information, or just raw data, or in any case, at the end, I think that this is one of the roadblocks of sharing data. If you have to have several people analyzing that data that are receiving, and the amount of data and false positives is not manageable, that is not operative, and you will not share data at all. So that's, as before I commented, one of the roadblocks, that is regulations, constraints, privacy, and so on. This is the other one. And I think that is one of the things that we should focus on. We have focused on Concordia in several tasks, is to automatically evaluate those indicators of compromise that we are receiving, in order to validating or at least scoring them, in order to support these people working on threat intelligence, and and reducing the amount of false positives that we should have. Because if not, it's not operative, and that will not work, and we will not have this threat sharing environment in a widespread, European widespread.
Okay, thank you. Anja, so from your, it goes in a similar direction, but if you have a lot of, as a small or medium-sized enterprise, you obviously don't have the resources to have 15 people looking at all the information that's been shared with you. So how do you ensure that you still get benefits without occupying your whole team, ultimately only sifting through the information that's been shared?
Yeah, sure. Actually, that's a huge problem for SMEs company. By 2018, we have counted around 25 million of SMEs in the Europe, so that means that 99% of businesses are driven somehow with SMEs. So cybersecurity issues, when they happen in the SME, it could mean really dead company. So the company could be closed afterwards, and consequences can be really high. As you mentioned, the economical aspects are not really easily letting us employ people who will be just in charge for the cybersecurity issues. So most of the cases, the guy who is in charge of IT infrastructure is the one who is responsible for these things. So now the question comes, how to educate the people in the company. What we heard earlier on in discussion, how to educate the people in the company starting from management, to assure that all what we are doing are somehow safe, to assure that we won't suffer any kind of cybersecurity attack. So data sharing is definitely one of the issues, but I think within the project we really got a good tools, we really got a good input, how we can do it, courses and ways how to educate our employees in order to be assured that we won't have any catastrophes or issues in the future. So yeah, this is really beneficial, and what really drives us through this project and brings a lot of benefits is learning actually and knowing more issues and how to go through it when something happens, or even better to prevent it.
Okay, thank you. Ramon earlier, sorry.
Just to complement, you know, we in Telenor, we believe that as a communication provider and operator, because we are monitoring the traffic, you know, and we are in the position to get updated about all sorts of attacks. So now we start to have security as a service that we can offer to private person, to elderly person that don't know anything about security, but we are also offering for SME, because okay, you can have knowledge about security, but attacks are keep coming new one, and then it's not easy really to get updated and to know how to defend. So it could be an idea to have let's say professional company providing that, and like Telenor now we are offering you know, like a service, yeah, that we do the monitoring of the firewall, we do the intrusion detection, and then we are helping company, and then we are working because we need, what we need is intelligence, right? Intelligence, we need information. So even you have knowledge, but if you don't have these intelligence, then you cannot defend yourself in an efficient way. Yeah.
Can I ask a question, even if I may? No, I'm very interested in this. I mean, this is something that we see also within Siemens, because we help the industry to which we provide components, for example, services. Also, we help them with cybersecurity. But I think what you mean here is that within the same vertical, we can have this kind of partnership, right? Because I think it becomes really difficult to... So sometimes I'm challenged with the idea of this external SOCs. We have been discussing about that. So really cybersecurity teams that help other companies. And I'm always wondering, like, how much knowledge do you need to have for helping really a company. And I was really also interested in what Anya said. So, I mean, I guess, as I said, the small medium enterprise participate into this project because you want to learn, for example, but is it really something like learning as in the educational part, or is it also like using some technologies, for example, or how deep we can go in helping SMEs if we don't know exactly the technology you're using? This is something that I'm wondering about.
So definitely learning in a sense of technology, because especially working with industrial partners and knowing we can really get a lot of protection on the cybersecurity issues by using different tools and new technologies, but also from the research part where we can learn a little bit more in which direction technology is going and what are the new solutions we can implement later on together with industrial partners or separately.
Okay, I think that's a very good transition towards moving from the research side towards business, which is ultimately what pays our wages. And so, on the one hand, from what I understand from your discussion, cybersecurity is a mandatory enabler that allows us to stay competitive and to keep continuing your business. If you don't take cybersecurity into account, it might endanger your existence. And on the other hand, you can offer it as a solution to other companies or industries. So perhaps, Ramon, can you elaborate a bit more what's for your industry as a bank? What is the focus for you?
Well, we are users of cybersecurity at the end, not providers, and we have a bunch actually of a whole ecosystem of providers as a bank with several providers for each of the aspects of the cybersecurity that we are controlling, from local and cloud monitoring to IAM to XOR or XDR or whatever. So we have different providers for each of the aspects of the cybersecurity that we are trying to cover in our complex ecosystem that we have to control everything in the bank. And normally we are not those part of the developers. So here we are taking another role as part of this innovative enterprise that we want to be, not only in the finance ecosystem, but also in the technology ecosystem. And that's what we are supporting researchers in this research and industry collaboration for specific tailor-made solutions that we can adopt earlier than others that can provide us also a good position in that rank and in the whole ecosystem. So mainly we are not that providers, but we want to be drivers of new solutions. Depends a lot on the nature and each entity, okay, the nature of each entity. Normally, there are other bank companies and financial institutions that are much more reluctant to adopt new solutions that we are. Actually, it's normally a conservative sector, the financial sector. But it shouldn't be. We are an example of not being that, and we're trying to be a model for others.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe I can say also something about this, because you were talking about business, and usually the starting point of a discussion with cybersecurity is always that it costs money, and that's a very painful discussion sometimes. And that is usually solved by showing, like with the threat and risk analysis, how much an incident would cost and so on and so forth. But I would be really keen on saying that cybersecurity becomes business, not just because with some companies you have a product that you sell, but it's really because ensuring security, you win out customers. And this is something that is driving, for example, Siemens right now. So we are winning contracts because we are showing that our solution as an infrastructure, as a product, is not just working good or better than others, but the point is that our solution is secure. And we show that there is a security concept behind that, and that is something that is winning contracts. So this is actually a business driver.
Mm-hmm. Maybe Anja, because I can imagine for you it's even more, the constraints are even larger for if you are a small company that you don't, they can't easily justify why should you invest that one person you have on cybersecurity rather than on adding a green button to them.
Yeah, sure. That's why lately ENISA has launched some kind of recommendation for SMEs, at least that we could start educating the members of the company or colleagues, as mentioned, in order at least to prevent certain things before anything happens. But effect on the business, on SMEs, it's really high, as mentioned, and all this COVID also changed situation a lot. Even before COVID, a lot of SMEs started with this, let's say, digitalization process, remote working and similar, and COVID really forced us to do way faster all these topics without trying to not feel any kind of impact on the business. So yeah, definitely in the future, more education, reusage, more collaboration with industries would help us a lot, and all the knowledge and networking we got from the project would help a lot.
Okay, great.
You know, nowadays cybersecurity is not only about to get a virus, but you know, somebody can crash your car, your electric car, you know, and so it's and then stop your heating, you know, and so it's about everything. So I think that people are started to be aware of that, but the main question is what can they do about that? So I mean that there should be a way to notify, to let the people know that something is happening. For instance, that there is a fraud. Somebody call you and telling that I'm from Microsoft, blah blah blah, and your computer is infected. Please click that link. You know, all these things. Somehow, if we can propagate that, we can tell regular people about that, just that they can be aware. Just a simple thing, or the flu bot, you know, or you know, things that are circulating, and somehow if we, it's helped a lot. And for the bank, if there is some kind of fraud going on, you know, try to cheat your password. If you inform, you know, so I think very simple things. Last year in Norway, a lot of elderly people, they got their bank account empty because, you know, somebody called and asked them to reset the password of the bank, and they did that, and then yes, turns out, yeah. So all these things is about communication as well.
Yeah, let me say, I mean, this doesn't make good just for the people themselves, but also for the security provider, because it, again, I'm talking about the experience within Siemens. So when it comes to the industry, the power plant, the electrical grid that you have to protect, I mean, if the people are aware of what cybersecurity is and are aware of what they could do to help them not being attacked or under attack, I mean, that helps a lot the work we have to do in protecting that critical infrastructure. So it's a key part, and that's why I'm very happy that in Concordia, when we touch all these different aspects coming from education, I mean, the trainings are very helpful. Then you have to, I mean, I'm not saying that training will solve all the problems. You will have to have security in place with cutting-edge technology anyway, but that cutting-edge technology will work much better with the training.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I have a positive feeling, at least as you said, that the things are changing and in how the people are aware about cybersecurity at the industrial level and also at the customer level. And people are more and more aware about cybersecurity and the potential, in our case, the potential frauds that they can have, the people. So this work that Concordia is doing about the education at the industrial, but also at the public level, is very important, because at the end, the part of this security awareness is crucial for providing a better security at the end and being more effective. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. So maybe as we're nearing the end of the panel, we can talk a bit more about the collaboration with academia, because I mean, here in this panel we are mostly from industry, but Tan, you also have a role as at a university. So perhaps you can say a bit on the collaboration between academia and industry, and why do you think it's important with your both hats on?
Well, it's very important because we need to educate the next generation. And this generation has to be fit, will have to have the knowledge, yeah. And the only way is collaboration, because the university will have the theoretical knowledge, but university mostly don't have the practical knowledge and really, so if there is a close collaboration, like in case of Norway, we have the collaboration in between industry and university, and we get the funding from the government. Let's say for a PhD student, half and half, paid by the government, such that they can study at the university at the same time they have work at the industry to have practical, because at the industry there is a real need, there is a real demand. Why at the university you have more theory? So if you have a case to apply, then it would be really good. And we in the projects, especially in the Concordia project, we are both in work package 1 and work package 2, and the collaboration is done this way. So I believe that it's not only the university and industry, but also the government, also SME, and so the more we are doing together, the better, because now you need really equipment. You need money to do research here, and if you are not working together, then it's too expensive and it's not sustainable. So collaboration is key, community is key, and I believe that only at national level is not sufficient. We need European level, and it's not easy. I think that at the beginning of the Concordia project, I could not believe or imagine how we can work together, and even in the same task. But now we are working across tasks, and we know each other, and we discuss. But I'm really sorry that we are at the end. So this is I feel that we need more continuity in Europe, and I don't know how to deal with that, because we are at the end of the project, and we need to start all over again.
We got the extension, so 3 more months to have fun.
Marco, maybe because Tan raised the point of collaboration. So do you see it more as the industry passes over the problem to academia and then you reap in the result, or is it for you a more dynamic?
With RIDE, it didn't work. No, it didn't work. I would say, I mean, it's more about having challenges here to me. I enjoy collaboration with universities. I think we had great work, not just in Concordia, but I mean, as Siemens, okay, we are a research department. We always have collaboration with universities, and I find it very interesting all the time, getting new perspectives, absolutely. There is a challenge to me that goes always in the direction of what's your goal here in this collaboration, and universities, so to simplify, is having a paper being accepted, and industry is having something that I can sell. And putting these two things together is not easy. And I don't think there is an easy solution for that. It takes a lot of discussion with that. And I don't think necessarily like every collaboration works. It's really about knowing who you're talking to and then finding out the best fit for what you have to do. So,
I totally agree with you. I was going to say that it's very, very hard task, what we have done in Concordia and other collaboration projects, because at the end, if at the end of the project I go to my CTO, and my CTO will say to me, okay, what can we adopt from Concordia? Okay, okay, let's wait a little bit, because it's not only the work on Concordia. It should be a commitment by the enterprises on continuing the support beyond the project in order to go beyond this ballet after the solution. It is in a TRL 7 or 8 and it's adopted. There is a critical point here where it needs some support in order to do the technology transfer from that point to really the adoption in the industry or the commercialization of it. And it's very hard work, but for sure those kind of projects are this spark of the collaboration that helps us to define challenges together and then to work on them. But at the end, it needs the commitment afterwards of supporting the research on that.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you, Marco, that it's really interesting to work with researchers, but obviously then at the end you have to go to say, oh, and yet what's the return of investment? I don't know the terms. And go to your respective management and say, okay, how can we bring this into our projects? How can we bring this into either to support ongoing activities? How can we make sure it's the results are transferred and the knowledge is transferred? Because usually the research department is not the same as the department that develops.
Absolutely. I mean, we have kind of the same problem even within Siemens. I mean, if you talk about the research department I belong to, there are a lot of projects that in the end the business unit are not reluctant, but maybe they see the difficulties of taking this, and then they are asking us the same questions. It's like, okay, are you going to support that for the future? And it's difficult because our driver is still innovation, and so you cannot really operate a solution and become a service provider at that point. But still, this is something that they ask. And so we have always the same problems, only a slightly different perspective. So I would say.
Is it easier for you, Anja, because you have the same person who will continue to work on it, or?
Yeah, I would say so. We don't have these legal issues, different departments, and a lot of discussions with the smaller groups. Is definitely way easier to communicate, talk, and check on the new business opportunities. So yeah, I agree. Working with universities also for SMEs is really a huge benefit, knowing new technologies, new ideas, and really implementing it. And furthermore, extending collaboration. It doesn't mean that it's a business model that will immediately be implemented, but maybe it's something in a long term that will bring a good benefit to the company. So we should also see it on that way.
Okay, thank you. Ramon, earlier you mentioned standardization and regulation. So for us in the aviation industry, our standardization is protocols from the 1960s. And you can have an educated guess on how much security they implement. So how do you see it? Is it really that in your industry? That will be a question for all of you. So is it really the technology that drives the standardization, or is it, and then by the time it's standardized, it's already outdated? Or is it, do you really wait or have to wait for the standardization in order to have some useful development?
It depends on the cases, because we are the financial sector is a highly regulated sector, and at the end, regulation is one of our drivers. So it's a very specific sector in that sense. But if we consider not compliance, that will be the part of regulation, but we consider only part of cybersecurity, I will say that technology is normally the driver, and then comes the regulation, the certifications, and so on. So we have this twofold. On the one hand, the things that are more related to cybersecurity normally is technology, and then it's the part of the standardization, regulation, and so on. But then all the parts related to financial sector compliance and regulation, in those cases, it is a driver. For example, what I commented before about the European digital identity, that will be a driver for us because we have to adapt our systems to this new kind of means of authentication of the customers, and we have to adopt it for all the bank ecosystem. So that will be a change that we will not do if it's not because of regulation. Also GDPR, PSD2, or whatever.
I would like to talk a little bit about standardization. You know, Europe, we used to be the #1 in mobile communication in 2G. GSM, you know, we are the champion. Why? Because at the time the standardization was done by ETSI, and it was with the participation of Norwegian Telecom, France Telecom. It's a governmental operator. So the government in Europe worked together and put the money, and we are working very good, and we define the GSM, the digital mobile communication system. And the very nice things is what we invented the SIM card, which allow the separation between the subscription and the device. And then we paved the way for the development of mobile phone, and at this time it was Ericsson first, and then Nokia, and really it was the golden age in Europe. So we did it very well, but then it's come to the regulation. So all the national operators privatize and become limited company. And they reduce the research budget, they reduce the work on standardization. And then we lost the button of 3G, we lost 4G, and 5G we are completely out. Because now, if we look at the standardization work at 3GPP for 5G, you know, I participate time to time, I'm alone. Then Huawei is coming with 20%. Google is coming with 20%, Apple 20%, Samsung, and I am looking at France Telecom. No, it's not France Telecom anymore. You know, anywhere in Europe, we are not there. We are not present. And then now there are some fora in Europe, in ETSI, in ITU, working with AI and machine learning, you know, autonomous system. And I did not see European. I see Chinese, I see American, I see Korean. And where are we, you know? So this is something that I think that's okay. We need to be present. We need to in some way. And now because most of the company in Europe, we are suffering. We are not as rich as Amazon. We are not as rich as Tesla. We are not as Google. You know. So they if there is a startup, European, a good one, will be bought by American. That's for sure. So this is the reality, you know. And okay, maybe US is not that good, but they have the money. They can buy everything. Yeah. So that's what I see as the reality. But I don't have the solution. I don't know what to do with that. But this is what I observe. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So perhaps to wrap up this panel, because we have a few more minutes left, maybe you can say in just one or two sentences, what is the biggest cybersecurity challenge for your industry in the next 5 years, perhaps?
Yeah, well, if I take the Siemens perspective, I mean, for sure, there has been a lot of talking about where the data is, and so moving things like operational technology in the cloud is for sure a big challenge nowadays, understanding what you can do, what you are willing to do, and where to store the data. Can you do it securely or not? I mean, this is for sure one challenge. Second one, we have been talking again in the OT world about zero trust. Can you go away from the idea that you want to defend a border, but just defend in depth, and every OT device, legacy device, can be authenticated and evaluated all the time? I mean, these are definitely two big challenges here that we still have to solve.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would say for the small companies, maybe the biggest challenges that are coming are changes in infrastructure level, especially related to more protection, more tools, more knowledge exchange, definitely investment in new technologies, and checking on the market for the new solutions. Where is the IoT world going, for instance? Connections, a lot of AI topics as well. There are now a lot of data being processed on the edge devices, so this is one really strong topic, and security levels there are really becoming more and more popular.
Okay, thank you. So for aviation, it's very similar. So we also have the problems that the devices are increasingly connected, increasingly talking to each other, and thus obviously attacks can spread. And you have legacy devices. I mean, aircraft typically fly 30 years, so you know what your mobile phone could do 30 years ago.
Yeah, actually, I share completely the 2 points that Marco has said about the journey to cloud. It's one of our biggest challenges right now. Taking into account as well the great amount of data that we have and how that should be exploited. And also the zero trust. But another additional challenge will be a continuous real-time threat hunting that allows us to have an earlier response to any cyber attack and coordinated response with other entities in the financial sector and also cross-sectorial.
And to supply, and I believe it's very important, is that we are more active in artificial intelligence and machine learning. You know, we have to be there because actually even in security we need to use that, and right now I believe that we are behind. We are behind the US, and we are behind China in terms of machine learning. And of course, yeah, we are talking about quantum communication, quantum theory, and we need to have a look on that and to improve our algorithm and try to work on that, because otherwise it's going to be So post-quantum cryptography is something that we need to work on and to invest on as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So with that, very good insights. We conclude this panel. Thank you very much. And
now we conclude the first day of our Concordia Open Door, and we meet at 7 in Augustina Hardener for the social event. So if somebody does not know where to go, Ivana can give you advice. We meet there, as I said, at 7 and continue our nice part of Concordia Open Door. Okay, thank you. That's all for today. See you there. Thanks.
Working? No, it's not. Yeah, it's working now. Just for information how to come to our